I should be up. Hey Spencer. Hey Shizu. Yeah, I'm up. Oh hey Pancake. Hey. Hey Spencer. Hey, let me see the save. Kinda forgot what chapter we were on. Okay, we're on chapter 6, so if I know this game that much, then this is gonna be a short stream. It's gonna be a short stream. We only have 3 chapters left. And usually one chapter is like 1 hour long with me reading it. Or less than 1 hour, but yeah. Yeah, let's start. Yeah, we're trying to get the ending for Hugo. I'm sure you can stretch it. Oh, I guess if I count the 3-minute ad breaks that suddenly pop up whenever. Yeah. Hugo's rallying call kicked off another day at the Revier. Oh, Hugo. Would you mind if I double check today's shopping list?
Oh? 何かな?
I stepped toward him, hoping to go over the particulars of the list. Before I had the chance, however, it struck me that the room had sank into an odd sort of silence. I turned around to find everyone staring at me, their eyes wide. Excuse me?
えって。こっちがえって感じなんだけど。
あ？
驚いたのは間違いないわね。いつからヒューゴさんのことを呼び捨てで呼ぶようになったのかしら。
Oh, that. Well, you see, Starlights actually helped bring back a few old memories. There was a period of my life, about 7 years ago, that I'd mostly forgotten. And it turns out that Hugo and I were friends back then. Now that I've remembered, it feels like a good chance to go back to the way I used to address him.
へえ、そんなことがあったんだ。
Oh, hey, Izuku. Tried to explain my circumstances as casually as possible, but the mood in the room still felt a little gloomy after I'd finished. Thankfully, Clara was there to cheer things up again.
園長のことを呼び捨てにするなんて、とうとうセルジョさんに並んだわね。
ああ、ここじゃそんな風に呼ぶのはセルジュさんくらいだもんな。
呼び捨てだからなんだと言うんだ。私が引き合いに出される意味がわからない。
Alright, he is the other one person who calls Hugo by his first name.
絶対気にしてますよね。ちょっと寂しそうだし。
素直じゃないな。
セルジュも意外なところを気にするんだね。
気にしてないと言っているだろ
う。よし、今後はこのネタで冷血メガネをいじっていこう。
聞こえているからな、クリ。
I cracked up at Sergei and Krieger's antics. Just then I happened to catch Clara's gaze and found her laughing as well. The two of us devolved into hysterics. Goes without saying in Hugo's case, but I feel like Starlights has brought me closer to everyone else at the Reverie as well. So glad I decided to work here, honestly.
Oh. それは彼女とのことかい？
他に何がある？ そんなことで予定通り霊部からの解放ができるのか？
問題ないよ。7年前のことを思い出し始めているのは想定外だけれど、当初の予定からは外れていない。必ず霊部からの解放は成し遂げてみせるから、心配しなくても大丈夫だよ。
Alright, just one destination left on my shopping list. I double checked the list just to be safe, then headed toward the final shop on my itinerary. Most of the items I've been asked to buy were mechanical in nature. Parts for automatons that were malfunctioning largely. We were getting more visitors than ever, which meant that the wear and tear on our automatons was greater than usual as well. Nothing was sold out this time though, so I should be able to make it back to the Revue before the afternoon. Feels like everything's been working out well lately. Can't remember the last time I was in such a good mood. Oh,
Bonjour,
40 stream
mademoiselle.
streak! Hey! Congrats! Oh, where are we? Like, I'm sure I need that. I like the parts written on the systems.
どれどれ
I showed the shopkeeper my list. He nodded deeply and pulled the box out from a shelf in the back of the store. As he rummaged around and counted the parts I was looking for, he struck up a conversation.
最近店によく来てくれるね。どこかで働くようになったのかい？
I did, yes. I've been working at the Revue, the amusement park that's set up by the forest recently.
ああ、あそこか。昨日あそこで催しがあったそうじゃないか。妻と息子が行って楽しかったと言っていたよ。いや、本当によかった。お嬢さんのことは以前パリから引っ越してきた一家ってことで、街でもほとんど顔を見なかったし、たまに会っても表情がどこか沈んでいて寂しげに見えたもんだからな。うちで働いてみないかと声をかけてみようかなんて思ってたが、その必要はなかった。
Oh.
前
Okay.
とは表情が全然違うね。寂しげだなんてみじんも感じないしな。安
Oh, that's nice of the old man. Okay. Frankfurt was indeed downright quaint compared to Paris. That said, I hadn't had any idea that the locals had been worried about me. I'm guessing the town is pretty small then. Fortunately, I could now hold my head high and assuage his concerns. Working at the Revue has been very fulfilling. You're right, I really have changed it as of late.
そうか。何よりだよ。
Next day. Before I knew it, the Revue had become an incredibly important presence in my life. Starlights had marked the beginning of that, of course, but ever since that night, I'd grown more attached to the park than ever. And I can hardly think of the park without thinking of Hugo. Okay. Okay, girl. Perhaps because of that preoccupation, I'd woken up unusually early. I got up and dressed myself just as I was about to leave my room. However, I stopped and picked up the music box from my dresser. I turned its key, then set it down again. The horses glimmered in the morning sunlight as the menage began to slowly turn. Reminds me of starlights. It's the way it sparkles, I think. I think it's a spitting image. As I listened to the box's melody, I closed my eyes and reflected on everything that had happened. I want to remember more about what happened 7 years ago. I want to remember about Hugo, about the man who told me that magic was a force for good. The man who I went to see the brand new Manège with. It had to have been somewhere in Paris, but where? If only I could remember something more. I combed through my memories for anything that could serve as a clue. There had to be something else we'd talked about. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I tried, just couldn't remember anything new. Hugo said he didn't want to force me to remember. But I want to remember, no matter what he thinks. As much as I love my new everyday life, that was one detail that still bothered me. Kept thinking of ways I could bring my memory back as I headed toward the kitchen to prepare breakfast.
今日は早めに帰れると思う。手元の仕事が一区切りしそうだからさ。
Oh, really? You're certainly working hard, aren't you, Arnold?
まあな。お前がいいネタを提供してくれたり、うまいご飯を作ったりしてくれてるからな。
Arnold smiled, but he wasn't quite finished yet.
最近帰るのが遅すぎないか？たまに俺よりも帰るのが遅いだろう。スターライツの準備で遅くなるのはわかるけど、もうそれも終わったんだし、夜の一人歩きは危険だぞ。
I know, but I've been working on something.
やること？どん？
It has to do with my work, but you're right, Arnold. I'll do my best to come home earlier from now on. Madam Alice was just telling me how lonely she feels when she has to eat dinner alone after all.
ああ、その方がいい。俺も仕事が早く終わる日は迎えに行くよ。
Arnold kept his tone lighthearted, but I knew he really was worried about me. I resolved to keep my word as I watched him ride off to work on his bicycle. It's getting late, but Arnold said he'd come pick me up, so that's not an issue. It's time to get to work. I'll keep at it until I'm good enough to free everyone from the reverie. Oh, minigame. Minigame! Oh.
それじゃあ始めようか。そのまま続けて。いい調子だね。焦らないで、君のペースでやろう。やっぱり君は最高の魔女だよ。
Oh, almost there. Holy shit. The world looks like it's glimmering almost like it did during Starlights. Feels like I've gotten much better at controlling my magic than I used to. Felt like I was making distinct progress in my magical awakening. By the time I'd finished, night had fallen. Just as I was thinking that Arnold would surely be along to pick me up at any moment, Hugo approached me.
まだ頑張っていたんだね。お疲れ様。
Feels like my practice has been going really well lately. Arnold said he would walk me home today as well, so I decided it'd be fine to stay a little later than I would otherwise.
そうなんだ。じゃあ迎えが来るまで 少し休んだらどうだい？
Hugo gestured to a bench. I decided to take him up on his offer and sat down. It seemed he'd been right that I needed a rest. A slight sense of fatigue set in the moment I was off my feet.
君は頑張りすぎるところがあるみたいだから、休憩も仕事の一つにした方がいいね。
I just ended up having so much fun sometimes. I can't help myself.
それは顔を見ていれば伝わってくるよ。
You mean I shouldn't force myself to remember what happened 7 years ago?
そうだね。
Hugo candidly admitted his intent as he sat down beside me. Still want to remember though. I want to know what happened back then. I have this feeling that you did all sorts of things for me, but I just can't remember what they were. If there's anything else that you remember, I'd be very happy if you would tell me all about it. Anything at all.
とは言っても、そんなに大それた思い出はないと思うよ。
Are you sure? I feel like there's still something very important I have yet to recall, like... Oh, of course. Like the music box. That was the first matter to spring to mind. It had been bothering me this whole time. No matter how I look at them, my father's music box and the review's manage were identical. The resemblance was uncanny, even.
君は前もその話をしていたね。けれど俺はそのオルゴールを知らない。
Okay. I'd asked him about the music box before and he'd given me the same answer.
もちろん、どうしてよく似ているのか、その理由も知らないよ。君に
If
は
we
悪いけれ
can
ど。
reach the second route sighting today, maybe start the third route. We'll see, yeah. Oh wait, something felt off. The sensation lingered, hounding me to dig deeper. No? I just can't shake the sensation that Hugo's not telling me everything. Oh, okay. Save. I mean, I've been thinking that he's hiding something. You're hiding something. Alright, dear. I feel like there's something you're going out of your way to avoid telling me about.
そうかな。例えば
Such as something that would make me sad if I knew about it. Something you think I'd be better off not hearing.
心当たりはないけれど、もしあったとしたら、そうするかもしれないね。だって君は、どうして7年前の記憶を失ったか考えたことはないのかな。
I had considered it, but because I had considered it, that went without saying. I nearly drowned in the not sure how to pronounce that, but I know that's a river. At the same time, I lost my father. It was a tragedy that affected me on a deeply personal level. Couldn't say how I would react to learning more about it now, but there was a real chance that it was what had caused my amnesia.
忘れたいと思うことがあるから、忘れるだけの理由があるから。
That may be true, yes. I'm still glad that I remembered you, Hugo. I believe that allowing everything to remain forgotten would be a good thing. I just can't.
それより、かなり魔法をうまく使えるようになったね。ルシオールが驚いていたよ。
The change of subject wasn't especially graceful, but he'd brought up a topic that captured my attention. The seal was? Really?
うん。君の魔法が気になっているらしくて。歯切れは悪かったけれど、今の調子なら、あと2週間ほどで可能になるんじゃないかと。
I'll be ready in a couple of weeks. You mean free you from the refugee?
そう頑張ったねエマ
Okay. Well, that's wonderful. I thought I was making progress. I'm glad to hear I wasn't wrong.
もちろんスターライツでもあれだけ十分に魔法を操ることができたんだ。みんなにも伝えておくよ。2週間後に霊部からの解放を行う予定だって。
Okay, 2 weeks. Gave Hugo a nod, overjoyed to think that I'd soon be ready. But then another thought occurred to me. I suppose then that after I free you all, we'll go our separate ways. Hugo seemed caught off guard by the question. For a moment he gazed at me with silence. It felt like he was waiting for me to say something more. Right now you're trapped in the refugee, but once you've regained your freedom, you and the others will be leaving, won't you? You all have homes to return to after all. Oh. Hey, Potato! Right, she's not aware that... Yeah. Will you go back to Paris? I believe I remember you living in a Parisian apartment, right? I remember now that we met in Paris, and I believe that I'd visited the apartment he lived in once. Rogier had brought him to Blackboard, but without the park to keep him here, it would seem perfectly natural for him to return to Paris.
まだ考えていなかったけれどそうかもしれないね。
I knew it. Hugo wasn't the only one either. Everyone else would likely leave as well. Given how far away Paris was, I can't imagine myself being able to afford to travel to see them all. Oh, hey, Asian wing sauce. Hey there. From their perspective, it will probably be selfish of me to try to hold them back. I considered them my friends though, and felt comfortable enough around them that my true feelings had slip out regardless.
そうだね。わかるよ。
Happy holidays? Yeah, happy holidays to you too, Asian wing sauce. Hugo's kind-hearted sympathy just made the thought of losing them all the more painful. This whole time, I've felt terrible knowing that you couldn't leave this place. I wanted to help you regain your freedom. And yet, I've also come to love the Riviera and its manage. This place is special to me. It feels like I belong here. It's painful to think I might lose it, and also...
それに
Well, we're supposed to be friends, aren't we? I want to talk with you about so many things. I want to learn more about you. And when I think about how there's not much time left at all before we'll have to say goodbye, the words caught in my throat. But Hugo stepped in to speak in my place.
じゃあ解放するのをやめるかい
No, of course not. I'll keep my promise. I have every intention to awaken my magic and undo their face bindings. The more I tried to explain, the less I understood myself. What was I trying to tell him? What was I supposed to say? All that I knew for sure was that when I looked into Hugo's eyes, I can't bear to think we'll never go and spit it out. Hugo didn't interrupt though. Simply stood there and listened, not saying a word, with his expression unchanging. Yet he didn't have to say anything at all to make me feel like my heart was going to break. Looking him in the eye was all it took. Wasn't sure how long I stood there, paralyzed with indecision. Although it hadn't felt particularly long, it must have stretched on for a while. I heard rapid footsteps approaching us, interrupting our moment, so I turned to see who it was. Arnold?
エマ、悪い、遅くなった。
Well,
もう遅いから帰るぞ。
well, Arnold must have been in a rush because he took me by the hand and practically dragged me off before I could finish explaining myself to Hugo. He seemed to be in a somewhat sour mood too. Well, good night. Well, the fact that I never received a response from Hugo weighed on my mind. Arnold had already started walking, though pulling me along with him, so I had no choice but to follow. Until thus my other hand was pulled on the opposite direction. Turned back to find Hugo standing before me, an almost wistful look upon his face. He didn't reply, but his grip on my hand remained as firm as ever. Is he bothered by the fact that we weren't finished talking?
こいつの手を離してください。
Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Arnold spoke up in an unusual harsh tone, and Hugo's grip slackened.
ごめん。
Felt a pang of regret as he released me, but we could hardly finish our conversation in front of Arnold regardless. Not to mention that I won't even know what to say to begin with. I'll see you tomorrow.
ああ、そうだね。また明日。
I hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, I did. It was chill. In the end, Arnold practically dragged me away from the reprieve. It almost felt like the two of us fled home.
<clears throat> そうじゃない。
Eh? Arnold cut me off, then came to a stop. He turned to face me, his expression unreadable.
レーブ移動遊園地とその園長ヒューゴさんについて良くない噂を耳にしたんだ。
Gee, 18 months, thanks Asian wing sauce. Yeah. Yeah, 18 months do fly fast. Yeah, you've been here for 18 months. Hey. What do you mean unsavory?
もっと真偽を確かめてからにしようと思ったけど、俺がいない間に何かあったら困るから先に言っておく。レーブには入れ込みすぎない方がいい。とある事件と関わりがあるんじゃないかと言われているんだ。
Oh, is it gonna be the same thing? Wonder how the problem will be like this for this route though. I couldn't follow Arnold's explanation at all, but a moment later he grabbed me by the shoulders.
俺は明日から仕事で遠方に出向くことが決まったんだ。だからしばらくお前に会えない。心配なんだ。お前が危険な目にあったら困る。
Putting me in danger, but nothing dangerous has happened to me whatsoever since I started working at the RPA.
これまではだろ。今後はあるかもしれない。
Well then, tell me more about those rumors. I won't know what to watch out for if I don't know the specifics, will I?
ハーメルン事
Hey
件と言われてい
Aiko,
る。
how are you doing? Fine, how about
こ
you?
こ数年フランス国内で起きている事件がある。
Oh, yep, the same. Okay. That's what people are calling. Huh.
各地で起きている行方不明事件、死亡事件を紐付けてそう呼んでいるらしい。だから確実な話ではないけどな。
Good, just gaming at the side. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm also just chilling. We're trying to get the ending today.
とにかく人が消える事件だそうだ。それも一定期間ごとにその事件が起こる場所が移り変わっていて、その事件が起こる町にはいつも移動遊園地が来ているって言うんだ。
An amusement park. You can't mean... Last I understood what Arnold was getting at. He's saying that you think the RVA is causing the Hamlin phenomenon?
可能性があるって話だよ。でもただのいたずらや半端な噂じゃない。俺の仕事の筋から聞いた話なんだ。
Okay, now I kinda understand why they wanted us to do Hugo's route first.
お前を事件に巻き込もうとしているのかもしれないし、
Before
あるいは利用しよ
Sergey.
うとしている可能性だっ
But
てある。
since I did Sergey's route first, we kinda had an idea on what the Hamlin phenomenon was.
それにお前は魔法が使えるんだし。
I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't see any way in which the RVA could be connected to a series of missing person cases. Of all things. My certainty wouldn't help alleviate Arnold's concerns, though. For the time being, I tried to think through his story and pick at the pieces that struck me as particularly off. Oh, wait, what does this have to do with Hugo? I thought you said the rumors were about him.
それは
No, the Bother emotes. Right, I still need to like put a new emote in there, but haven't had the free time to do so. Arnold seemed to hesitate and fell into silence for a moment.
こっちについては俺も半信半疑だから確証を得てから教えるよ。でもハーメルン事件の方はお前が巻き込まれてからじゃ遅い。だから話しておきたかったんだ。
He understood just how concerned he was about me, and I was grateful. If I'd been in his position, I would have told him to be careful too. But still, I know for a fact that the Revi's workers are all good people, and Hugo's no exception. They are certainly not the sort of people who would be involved in anything that's dangerous. Now, what are you going to add? We'll see. I'm still thinking about it.
あからさまに怪しいような犯人ならすぐに
Yes, I
捕まってい
have
る
to
はず
like
だ。
rearrange some of the emotes all around. Probably move some in the sub emotes. Well, we'll see. But that doesn't change how I feel. They're my co-workers and my friends. And I haven't mentioned this yet, but I've started regaining bits and pieces of my lost memories recently too.
7年前の
That's right. Turns out I knew Hugo back then. We were good friends. Talking with him helped me finally remember. Back then he was incredibly kind and talented an engineer. What I'm saying is, well, I consider him a close friend. I don't want to suspect him something like this.
今すぐレイブをやめろなんて言ってない。でも俺だって根拠なしに言っているわけじゃないし。
He understood that Arnold was trying to meet me halfway and tell me what he thought I needed to know. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't see the RFA being linked to such a terrible
俺も
phenomenon.
もうちょっと調べてみる。お前のそばにいられるならこんな風に脅すような言い方をせずに済んだけど。
A certain mysterious Verduso, hi. Welcome to the stream.
しばらくは留守にする。だからお前自身で気をつけてくれ。
I mean, of course I will.
信じられないって顔だな。
Well, to be honest, no, I don't. People of the Riviera, they're bound by their Rivier's magic. How could they be causing phenomenon like that when they can't even leave the park? Couldn't say that out loud, of course. Explaining that to Arnold would mean telling him everything I'd been keeping secret about my magic.
なんだよ。
No, never mind. All I'm trying to say is that I still can't believe they're involved. I'm sure I'll have plenty of evidence to back that up by the time you come home again.
それならそれでもいい。俺はお前が無事ならそれでいいんだから。
Arnold had always been like that. Everything he said was coming from a place of concern for my safety. So I couldn't just reject it out of hand. Alright, I'll be careful. But there's something that I want to do too. I'm not going to stop working toward it. Can't quit my job at the refuge just yet.
ああ、それでいい。でも確かな証拠をつかんだら、その時はちゃんと俺の話を聞いてくれよ。
I will, I promise.
よし。気をつけてくれよ。必ず。
Arnold gave me an incredibly earnest look as he took my hand in his once more. I could feel his concern for me and his every motion. But that's all the more reason why I have to prove that I'm right. I want him to understand that they're all good and kind people. I want to assuage his his worries. Okay. I got home and once I'd finished dinner, returned to my room. The first thing I did was pick up my music box. Normally I'd take my time enjoying its every feature, but that night I wound the key with an unusual sort of haste. Then I closed my eyes, sinking into my memories as its melody began to ring. What have I remembered so far? There was the memory of the menage that came back to me in the night of starlights to start. I remembered seeing customers signed up to ride the menage and laughing with Hugo as we watched them. Then there was the memory where I had talked to him about my magic. That one had come back to me when I had told him about the first memory. I remembered Hugo coming to me in a moment of despondency and explaining to me that magic was a force for good. All of them were happy memories, and I hardly even needed to recall them to say with certainty that they were moments that had granted me great encouragement. But what if I managed to remember everything? What if all my memories of 7 years ago return and I recall the whole period I spent with Hugo? Maybe those memories could help me prove his innocence. With that new resolution in mind, I opened my eyes and turned my gaze to the music box once more. It glimmered brilliantly in the faint moonlight, almost as if it was covered in a smattering of shining stars. It's when a word sprang to the front of my mind. That's right, I remember now. I know where that name came from. Back when Hugo and I had formulated our plan to light up the menage, we'd been in a particular plaza at the very moment the idea had occurred to me. Paris's Place Starlight. It was 7 years ago. There was a plaza known for the wonderful view of the starry sky it provided, and that plaza had an amusement park in it. Was there, as I gazed at the park's menage, that it had struck me how beautiful it would be if we could decorate it with starlight lights. The plaza's name had felt like it represented my idea perfectly, and so we came to call it Starlights. And Hugo
光きらめくマネージュの姿を無双して、かつてこんな名前で呼び、スターライツ。
I remember their sure bit, but he didn't tell me anything because he knew how I'd react. Wanted to do Starlights again, but this time in Paris. Now that I recall the event's origins, I couldn't stop myself from harboring that ambition. The plaza and its name had set everything into motion. Starlights would only truly have meaning if we staged it there. Maybe that's why I didn't remember everything last time, because our promise will only truly be fulfilled once we put on Starlights there. That plaza in Paris is where it was meant to be. Much as I was drawn to the idea, I also knew how self-centered it would be to try to follow through on it. Moving the Riviera to Paris couldn't possibly be easy, and it won't even be an option unless Hugo and the others agree to it. It's not like I don't have a good reason. I want to remember everything that's about Hugo and prove his innocence. That's all there is to it. And yet I had to admit that my own personal feelings played a significant role as well. If I am to release everyone from the Riviera before long, if that may mean that we'll never see each other again, then I want to make good on our promise before the end, at the very least. I was preoccupied by the matter of Starlights and my promise to Hugo that in the end, I hardly slept a wink that night. As I practically sleepwalked my way through the workday, I reprimanding myself for being so distracted. All the while, Hugo approached me.
眠そうだね。もしかして昨日アルノンに怒られたかい？夜遅くまで説教されてしまったとか。
Not really. He's alright, Rumi. I wouldn't say he lectured me exactly.
そう？ならいいけれど、俺のせいかと思ったよ。
I wasn't entirely sure if he had the right idea or not. In any case, I could tell that just like Arnold, Hugo was worried about me. Are you concerned about me? Because if so... There's something I'd like to talk about, and if possible, I'd rather for you to simply listen.
独り言？
I wasn't sure I could express myself properly either. I was fully aware of what I wanted, but I was less certain of whether it would be to everyone's benefit. For all I knew, my desire to stay with them longer, to not lose them, was driving me to ask for something truly outlandish. But be that as it may, I remembered how the idea for Starlights came to us. The two of us were inspired by the play Starlight in Paris, weren't we? It finally came back to me. That's why when we first worked out our plan 7 years ago, we intended to hold the event in that very plaza. Hugo didn't say a word, but his silence was all the affirmation I needed. And now that I remembered, I've started to want to put on Starlights again, only this time in Paris, in the place Starlight. I want to see your promise fulfilled in a way it was meant to be. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since I remembered last night. I realize that I'm probably coming across as selfish, but I just couldn't come up with a better way to explain how I feel to you.
そ
Hugo listened quietly, replying only when I was finished. A few moments passed in silence. Eventually, he took a deep breath.
う。じゃあ、これは俺の独り言だけれど、
Okay.
俺も同じことを思っていたよ。約束を果たすなら、本当はあの広場でないと。
I looked up to find Hugo staring off into the horizon. It was as if he turned his gaze toward the ever so far city of Paris.
君も同じ思いでいるのなら、レイブの最後の夜はそこで過ごすことにしよう。
It's final evening, so in 2 weeks.
ごめんね、エマ。こんな言い方は君を悲しくさせるとは思うけれど、君もそれを分かっているからこそ、正しい形で叶えたいと言ったんだろ。
The two of us had dreamed up starlights together, so it was only natural we shared the same wavelength in regards to how it would be carried out. Knowing how thoroughly he'd seen through me made the situation all the more heartening.
大丈夫だよ。魔法はいいものだから。
What game is this? It's GENSOU MANÈGE. It's an otome game.
君がレイブからみんなを解放した後、きっと幸せなことがたくさん待っている。スターライツだってそうだ。あんなにもたくさんの人を笑顔にできたんだから、パリでだって同じに違いないよ。これまでで一番幸せな夜にしよう。そういえばみんなも分かってくれるはずだ。
Hugo gave me a gentle pat on the shoulder. His kindness was almost enough to bring me to tears. He always knows just how I feel and just what I want to hear. I thought it's an RPG game. Nope, it's not. It's a visual novel. That's why I felt like we were friends, even before I knew for sure. There was no way a man like him could be involved with the disappearances. I wanted to remember everything and prove it myself more than ever. One way or another, the review would be in Blackboard for much longer. It won't be much of a traveling amusement park if it didn't travel, and if Hugo, its director, chose Paris as their next destination, it seemed likely no one would object. As such, we presented bringing starlights to Paris as Hugo's proposal rather than mine. It wasn't long at all before those plans were set in stone. Good, I'm so glad everyone agreed. One problem still remained, however. Arnold, the man who cared so much for my safety. The visual are good, considering this is just a visual novel. I mean, visual novels are supposed to have really good art if you're gonna be interested in them, right? I need to go to bed now so I can stay for the whole thing. Hope you have fun. It's okay, Asian wing sauce. You have a good night. He won't be back in Blackboard until his article's done, though. His business trip had taken him far afield, and he'd be gone for close to a week. If I waited for him to return, it would quash any chance of us putting in starlights in Paris. After all, we'd already promised everyone that I would free them from the review in just 2 weeks. That wasn't a date we could casually push back. I was left with no choice but to ask for Madame Alice's permission alone. Soon the matter was settled. I would leave Blackboard and travel to Paris with the rest of the review. See you later? Yeah, see you later! Ooh! Right, they have automaton horses. Carting the review with us made for a very conspicuous journey. Hugo whisked away everything except the menage, like he demonstrated to me once before, and made use of the bare minimum of automatons needed to bring it with us. We rode upon the menage, which was in turn pulled along by mechanical horses. It was like the menage was a massive carriage. We couldn't have stood out more if we tried. Hugo steered the horses, guiding them through the dark of night with remarkable precision. I can only imagine how shocked anyone who sees us will be. I've been shocked as well when I first saw how we'd be traveling. Sergei, who was seated upon the manage, heard me mutter to myself and spoke up.
だから基本的に夜中に進んでいるんだ。それも人気のない道を選んで。
Nice. Yes, I can certainly see why.
でも俺からするとお前がついてきたことの方が驚きだな。家族に反対されなかったのか？
Actually, when I asked Madame Alice, she just said that starlights in Paris would be the loveliest thing and gave me permission on the spot.
ああ、スターライツの日に少し話したけど、あの人ならそう言いそうね。
おいおい、そんな軽いノリでいいのかよ。
We chatted idly as we clean automatons pulled us onward. Leon's costume was a little too large to make riding the manage practical, so he'd shut himself up in a small cart in the back. Otherwise, the rest of us rode together. It was like we were off on an adventure together, all sharing a single carriage. I had to admit that I was enjoying myself.
おい、ルシオール寝るな。マネージから落ちるぞ。
Oh, I guess he was just asleep. He's asleep, of course. By the time we came to a stop, the seal had nearly fallen off on several occasions. The next town was still a ways off, so we ended up heading down in the woods. Oh, a camp, okay. It seemed that on nights where we hadn't managed to reach a town, we'd be spending the daytime camped out in the wilderness. Okay. Hugo could conjure up the usual tents with a snap of his fingers, of course. So we were able to sleep the day away in our own private chambers. That's cool. He'd readied a tent for me as well, which I carried my baggage into. Before anything else, I took out my most precious item, the one so dear to me that I kept it on top of all the rest of my baggage and wrapped up in a cloth. I unwrapped my music box and set it on the table. Doesn't seem any worse for wear for now. I just hope it doesn't break while we're on the road. Just as I was about to wind it up, make sure it still works, however. Oh. No! Oh no. I picked it up and made sure it was safe, only to drop it in the process. How careless could I be? I frantically scooped the music box up and checked it for damage. My hopes quickly faded. A portion of the music box's space had broken off entirely. How could I have let this happen? I'd taken such care of it taken such care to keep it safe for so long. I hardly ever even moved it from my dresser. Maybe there's still some way to fix it. I just hope that's the only part that's broken. As I checked the music box for further damage, I noticed something strange. Upon closer inspection, though, I realized that wasn't quite right. Was it meant to do that? So she... Okay. What, there's just a hidden compartment? Oh my god. It was minuscule though, hardly anything could fit inside it.
エマ、何か声がした気がしたけれど、どうかした？
I heard Hugo loud and clear, but I couldn't spare enough attention to answer him. No. Photo. Ah. There was a brand new montage in the picture. There were vase. And standing before it was me, my father, and Hugo. Judging by how young I look and by the fact that I couldn't recall the picture being taken, it had to have been during the year I'd lost my memories. What I didn't understand, however, was how Hugo could possibly be in it. I know I asked Hugo if he knew my father, and I'm certain he said he never met. And he said he'd never seen a music box like mine either. So then, why? I had frozen in place, staring at the picture. Before I knew it, Hugo had walked over to my side. His voice shocked me out of my stupor, and I jumped. Must have gotten worried when I hadn't replied, and had come inside to check on me. At that point, all I could do was ask him point blank. Well, the thought that I was essentially interrogating him pained me, but I simply couldn't deny the truth. Hugo was keeping secrets from me. I took the picture and spent a few moments silently staring at it. I always thought this music box and the Review's manage were almost identical. I asked you about it, remember? I asked you if you knew anything about the music box or about my father. And you said no, to both of them. Well, there you are, right by his side. How could you possibly not know him? You must have been acquainted, right? If you had a reason to keep this secret from me, I would very much like to hear it. You knew about my father and this music box the whole time, didn't you? Something about his demeanor struck me as oddly sad, and the more time passed without him providing an answer, the more anxious I became. All I want is for you to explain why. Why didn't you tell me you knew my father? Or is this like how you didn't tell me we were friends all over again? Was this supposed to be for my sake as well?
Yeah.
At long last, Hugo broke his silence with an ambiguous denial. You heaved a long sigh.
俺のためだ。魔法を覚醒させ、霊部からの解放を目指すためには、それは邪魔になる情報だった。君のお父さんを知らないと嘘をついていたことは謝るよ。でも、それが霊部からの解放に関係あるとは思えない。
Maybe it doesn't, but deep down I simply couldn't accept that. I racked my mind to find the right words to express myself with. Babe. Oh. We want to know what happened, so... I want to know what happened 7 years ago. The good, the bad, all of it. I suggest we hold starlights in Paris specifically because I wanted to remember. I have no regrets about remembering our promise. In fact, I feel terrible for ever forgetting it. Remembering gave me a chance to do it over again and do it right. I can't possibly believe I'd have been better off not knowing. Heavy silence descended between the two of us. I never felt this uncomfortable around him. Not since we met, or rather since we'd reunited in Blackmore. Except that you decided not to tell me. That was your decision to make. But I need you to understand I want to remember. I want to know more about you to understand you. I've always believed you were a kind person, and the more I remember, the more I've decided to learn. Is that wrong? Should I not care about anything other than setting you free? So I suppose we came to an understanding. I want to prove Hugo's innocence, keep our promise, and simply know the truth. I have plenty of reasons why I want to remember, but above all else, I just want to understand him. But Hugo flinched away from me, stepping back and laying a hand on the table. And then,
君は何も分かっていないし、何も知らない。でも、知らなくていい。後悔するからね。お互いに。だって君は本当に大切にしているものの正体だって知らないだろう。このオルゴールだって。
Did he maybe make the music box? Was he the one who made it?
君のお父さんが作ったものじゃない。
Yeah, I thought
俺が
so.
作ったんだ。
Oh. A sharp crack rang out, like the sound of shattering glass as Hugo smashed the music box against the floor. For a moment, I couldn't process what had just happened. When I looked down at the parts scattered across the floor, though, reality finally sank in. Yeah, figured.
本当に必要なら自分で思い出せるはずだよ。でもできない。なら必要がないということだ。このオルゴールだって俺じゃなく君のお父さんが作ったものだと思っていた方がきっと幸せだっただろうに。追求したりするから悲しい思いをするんだよ、エマ。
Hugo spoke in a frigid tone I'd never heard from him before. I looked down at the scattered remnants of the music box with the icy gaze I'd never seen from him.
7年前に何があったのか君が知る必要はない。何も考えずに俺たちを霊部から解放してくれさえすればそれでいいんだ。
Something happened back then. With that, Hugo took his leave, hurrying out of the tent without another word. I remained behind, eyes still glued to the broken music box. Why did it have to be like this? How could I believe in him after he had pushed me away so utterly? I'd insisted upon his innocence. I'd been dedicated to fulfilling our promise. But now I didn't know what to believe in anymore. Hugo's the one who built the music box. Maybe he was. But why does that mean he had to break it? Slowly slumped to the floor, and a moment later, a teardrop fell into the back of my head. I started crying without even realizing it. I wasn't crying because I was sad, though. At least not entirely. No, they were tears of frustration and bewilderment. Well, chapter 7. After several more days on the road, we finally arrived in Paris. We set up the refuge in a familiar plaza. The view of the night sky offered by the place Starlight had changed a bit since 7 years ago. Everything went as planned, and we managed to hold Starlights here. Our longest held desire would be fulfilled. Needless to say, though, my feelings were far from settled. Several days had passed, over the course of which I had managed to have a single proper conversation with Hugo. No matter what happens between us, I have no intention of giving up on our goal. We will hold Starlights in Paris one way or another. Hugo hasn't said a thing about canceling the event, and I don't think we would have come all this way if he intended to. The only thing that's changed is our feelings. It's like we're drifting further and further away from each other.
さて、無事にパリに到着したわけだけれど、何か不備がある人は今ここで申請をして、
He's just back to that
万
tone.
全の
Wow,
状態
okay.
で臨みたいからね。
Nobody responded, so after waiting for a moment, to be doubly sure, Hugo continued.
では、日程を伝えるよ。今日明日の2日間は遊具や園内の点検に当てる。営業を行うのはスターライツを開催するあさってだけだ。何か問題があればすぐ俺に報告してほしい。必ず完璧な状態であさってを迎えよう。それと心残りがあればこちらも必ずあさってまでに。いいね。
Once again, nobody spoke. I think everyone understood what Hugo was trying to say. I'll be freeing everyone from the reprieve on schedule. In other words, after Starlight had finished. Hugo finished his speech and everyone began to file out of the tent. As I watched them go, I reflected upon what he told us. We have until the day after tomorrow to clear away any regrets. Means I have work to do. Between the things Hugo had said and the fact that he destroyed the music box. Being called, getting a call, I'll be right back. Oh, oh cool, I just came back after the ad break. Nice. That's cool. Okay. Ah. Yep, I'm back. I'll speak with him again. I didn't approach the matter right last time. I was too focused on my own feelings. This time I want to ask Hugo how he feels as well. My decision made, I sprung into action immediately and stopped Hugo before he left the tent.
何の用事かな、エマ。
The fact that he can just act like nothing happened. Damn. I wanted to speak with you one more time. That's all.
君は勇気があるね。あんなことがあったばかりなのに。
Everyone else had left, and the tent had fallen silent to save for Hugo's reply. His words carried the same kind, gentle tone they always had. I won't bring up any memories from 7 years ago again, but still, I want to understand what you've been thinking, Hugo. I simply had to ask.
何を考えているかか。もう十分に言ったつもりだけどね。
So then, you still intend to carry out Starlights?
もちろん。そのためにここへ来たんだし。それが君の希望だっただろ。そして、俺自身の希望でもあった。
I see. He seemed perfectly calm, his smile as serene as ever. It was early to see him acting this way.
でも、その先にあるのは、霊部からの解放だ。魔法の覚醒を忘れないで。他の仕事は何もしなくていいから。君にならできるはずだから。あさっての夜までよろしく頼むよ。
There was something else, though, something about his expression that was different. However much he smiled, the look in his eyes was anything but jovial. Kind and gentle, manly, though his words were, they felt like they'd pierced my heart. After all, they made it clear what he truly valued about me, my power to set everyone free. I already knew that, though. Something really does feel different now, like there's an invisible wall between the two of us. Yeah. Was all this kindness just a front from the start? Was it all just a ploy to use me to grant him his freedom?
以上かな。俺も遊具の点検に回ろうと思うのだけれど。
I'm out of time. What else can I ask him? Oop. Saving. Oh. Well, we need something specific, so... If you were the one who made the music box, then why did you break it? For just a moment, Hugo froze up. It seemed he hadn't expected me to ask that. You strike me as the sort of person who takes good care of the things you create. Why would you destroy it like that? Did I make you so angry you couldn't help yourself?
怒ってなんか。
But then, why? Hugo fell silent. The question would remain unanswered. Oh. Guess he didn't answer it, okay. Oh boy, we're getting into the drama part. Heavy sighs slipped past my lips. Nothing had been resolved, and I've been unable to concentrate on my magic practice as a result. In the end, I returned to my tent defeated. Clara stepped inside a moment later. She must have followed me back.
大丈夫？調子が良くなさそうね。
I don't?
そう見えるけど、違うなら気分の問題？
That might be. Yes. Gave her a vague non-answer, then sat down. As I did, I happened to turn my gaze to a music box. Rather, the broken remains of a music box. I didn't even know where to start trying to fix it. Clara followed my gaze, stepped over to the box, and took a closer look at it.
すごく可愛いオルゴールね。壊れちゃってるみたいだけど。
Yeah.
もしかしてこれを壊して落ち込んでる？
Well, that wasn't the whole of it, but I couldn't deny that I was sad about the music box being broken as well. I paused and unable to answer, and Clara spoke up again a moment later. Her voice bright and cheerful.
ねえ、私が直してあげようか。
Huh? You can do that?
ああ、無理そうって顔。大丈夫よ、なんとかするから。これ借りていくわね。それと、
Okay.
そんなに落ち込んでたら魔法もうまく使えないと思うわよ。さーっとパリの街を歩いて気分転換してきたら。
I mean, might help, yeah.
ほらほら、ぼーっとしていたら時間がなくなっちゃうわ。いってらっしゃい。
Oh, okay. Clara all but pushed me out of my tent. Okay. Ooh, pretty. Made my way out of the ravine and walked through the streets of Paris for the first time in 6 years. The city had changed in many ways, but it had stayed the same in just as many as well. More than anything, the gravestone I saw out hadn't changed a bit. My father had been laid to rest in a hilltop cemetery in Paris. 6 years ago, after the incident, Monsieur Daniel had brought me to see it just once. I hadn't had any opportunities to return since I'd moved to Blackburg. But I still managed to retrace my steps back then and lay a bouquet by the headstone. The more I thought things through, the lower my spirits fell. So I couldn't remember anything about the incident that had claimed my father's life or the period surrounding it. Oh, hey Zuko, thanks for the hydrate. Yep, hydrate. The music box that I thought had been a memento from him. The music box I'd taken such pains taking care of had really been made by Hugo. Now it was broken. I had to wonder, could it really be alright for the hole in my memory to remain vacant? No matter how tragic or painful those memories would be, I felt like I needed them. If Hugo won't tell me anything, then maybe I could ask someone else? Who could I possibly go to for this though? Alright, the streets of Paris should have filled me with sense of nostalgia. Now that I was here, however, they felt cold and unfamiliar. I even found myself questioning the worth of the place Starlight, the plaza that had drawn me here to begin with. After all, being here hasn't changed a thing. I still haven't remembered anything at all. If this continued, and if Hugo and I parted ways without anything about my past revealed to me, there was a possibility I'd never have the chance to regain my memories again. That thought made me more miserable than anything, and my footsteps grew heavy. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Emma! 待ってくれ!
Oh, is that Arnold? Uh, um, um, uh, he was not aware that we're supposed to be here, so, I thought I had to be hearing things at first, but I seem I was mistaken.
ようやく見つけた。
I was a little shocked by how reassuring it was to hear his voice again after so long. He was riding his bicycle just like always and pulled up beside me. He had quite an assortment of baggage and his fro glistened in sweat. It wasn't hard to guess that he pedaled all the way here.
本当だよ。あれほど俺が言ったのに。元気でいたのなら、とりあえずは良かったけど。
What on earth are you doing here, though? It can't possibly have been easy to bike all this way.
そりゃあな。出先から帰ったら、お前がパリへ行ったって母さんが言うから、死ぬほど驚いた。
Jesus, he was... Okay, he was pedaling Paris.
でも、そのまま帰りを待つわけにはいかなかったし。
Why not? Arnold climbed off his bike, faced me, and hesitated for a moment before he began an explanation.
噂の真偽を確かめたんだ。レイブとハーメルン事件の関連性は分からずに終わったけど。
Yes, it's not supposed to be connected to them.
ヒューゴさんのことは確かめることができた。
What about him? I borrowed my bro. From what I understood, if there wasn't a clear link between the referee and the Hamlin phenomenon, then Hugo should have been cleared of suspicion too.
なあ、エヴァ。今からでも遅くない。
Oh?
俺と一緒にブランブ。レイブの連中にお前が付き合う必要ないだろう。もちろんヒューゴさんにも。
Where is this coming from?
事実を知ったからだ。俺はお前に辛い思いをさせたくない。
You're starting to sound like Hugo, Arnold. Arnold looked confused. I stilled myself and pressed further. Is hiding the truth really for the best? Is turning a blind eye and pretending you know nothing the right thing to do? I certainly don't think so. I want to understand the people who are important to me. That goes for my family and friends as well. But how am I supposed to know how someone truly feels if all they do is string me along with lies and secrets? Please, Arnold, tell me the truth. I don't care if it's painful. It will be far more painful for me to let it go and forget everything. If you ever learned something, then tell me, please. For a moment, we stood there, surrounded on all sides by the hustle and bustle of the Parisian street. Finally, Arnold seemed to resolve himself and turned to face me. Something about his gaze struck me as ever so slightly frightful.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、お前が会話してたヒューゴさんは偽物か、あるいは幻かもしれない。
A fake? A phantom? His claim was so unexpected, it took me a moment to process it. What on earth do you mean?
お前がヒューゴさんのことを信頼してるみたいだったから、よくよく調べてみたんだ。何者なのか、それが分かれば、信頼できるかどうか判断で。
But he goes, well, I told you before, didn't I? He's a friend who I met 7 years ago here in Paris. I would know if I were talking with a different person. I just can't believe he's an imposter.
同一人物だっていう裏付けは？
Of course I do. He looks the same as he ever did, and he remembers the promise we made to each other in the past. His designs and sketches prove it as well.
そうか。なら俺はもう一つの、より信じがたい方の推論を話さない。
Harder to believe than Hugo being fake?
パリで働いていたヒューゴという技師のことを調べたよ。その経歴を調べるうちに驚いた。ヒューゴさんは移動遊園地の園長になって各地を旅なんかしていない。
Eh?
ずっとパリにいたんだ。
I had no idea that what Arnold was trying to say and fell into a confused silence. Arnold didn't seem entirely sure how to explain himself either and hesitated again before he continued.
彼はサン・ミシェル病院に入院してる。7年前からずっと。
His, I see. 7 years ago?
ああ、深く眠っている状態でその原因も分かっていないみたいだ。顔も実際に見てきたけど、彼と考えれば考えるほど分からなくなってくる。別人だと思えば一番納得できるけど。
No. They're the same person, but since we went through Sergey's route before, I'm guessing this is the Hugo in the amusement park is like his consciousness or his soul.
ごめん。俺も考えがまとまっていなくて。
No, that's not it. I understood what Arnold was trying to say. I believe that there was a Parisian engineer named Hugo hospitalized at Saint Michael as well. Maybe the sensible conclusion to make was that the Hugo in the hospital and the Hugo I knew so well were two different people. But I know better. I know that Hugo isn't quite normal himself. After all, he's bound to the replay. I think our easiest option is to talk to Hugo about this directly. Will you meet with him, Arnold?
それは
After a moment of thought, Arnold nodded.
分かった。でも
But
いや、行こう。お前も本当のことが知りたいんだろうし。
yeah. I mean, I think that's the only option now. Actually talk to him about it. By the time Arnold and I had made to the refuge, dusk was beginning to fall. Where would Hugo be? We hadn't planned to meet that evening. Somehow, though, I had a feeling I would find him at the Manage. Stepped forward, leading the way, and Arnold followed in my wake. When we arrived at the Manage, lo and behold, there he was. Hugo stood stock still, gazing at the Manage. Seeing him like that brought to mind the day I decided to work at the Revier. Back then, I'd had a strange feeling. The Revier, the Manage, my father, Hugo. I think that even back then, some part of me deep down understood that they were all bound together by threads of fate. If only I'd understood how precarious the situation, the man who stood before me, his figure seeming to waver as they faded into night, was in. Then I wouldn't have wasted nearly as much time running in circles. Hugo noticed our presence and turned to me, a smile spreading across his face.
俺に話があるんだろ?
Oh, hell yeah. I hadn't even heard his explanation, and yet the moment he spoke up, it felt like I knew how everything would come to an end. I felt an ache in my chest so sharp it was almost unbearable.
話があるのは俺なんだ。
うん。わざわざパリまで来たんだね。ということは何か事実をつかんだのかな？
そうだ。サン・ミシェル病院と言って。
サン・ミシェル病院？
あんたが眠ってる病院だ。俺は実際にこの目で確かめに行った。
俺はここにいるよ。
でも本物じゃないだろ。幻か何かのはずだ。
幻
Hugo burst out into laughter, as if it were the funniest thing he'd heard in his life.
君は優秀な記者だと思っていたけれど、 そんな現実離れした話を信じるなんて記者失格だな。もう一度調べ直したらどうだい？
調べたから言ってるんだ。あんたは7年前パリの遊園地で技師として働いて、でもその時いざこざに巻き込まれて軍人に銃で撃たれ致命傷を負ってしまった。
I looked over at Arnold in shock, but he was totally focused upon Hugo as he continued.
そしてサンミシェル病院に収容され、今も生死をさまよっている。
For that long. Damn. You didn't say anything about him having been shot earlier, Arnold.
ごめん。お前には詳しいところは黙っていた方がいいと思ったんだ。でも事実を確かめるなら、この話は避けて通れない。
事件現場にいたかのような口ぶりだ。
とにかく、それは事実だろ。
I was still dumbfounded, but Arnold stepped forward, drawing closer to Hugo.
スターライスを見たとき思ったんだ。あれは電気じゃなく魔法の光だろ。エマの力を借りて成功させた。
Oh boy.
あんたは魔法のことをよく知ってるし、こいつが魔女だってことも分かってるんだろ。そしてそれは自分が魔法で生き続けているから。だから生死をさまよい、生きるか死ぬかのその時に魔法で魂を囚われて、
Well, we figure it
今
out.
幻としてそこにいるから。だからこいつをそばに置いてるんだろ。こいつを利用して助かろうとしてる。
Hugo wasn't stricken speechless by Arnold's theory, but I certainly was. Can't believe he figured all of that out on his own. I knew for a fact that at least half of what he'd said was true. Hugo really was a prisoner of the Reverie and really did know about my magic. He also really was knowledgeable about magic, and all of those facts were why I was working at the Reverie. Those facts were undeniable. But what about the rest? Is Hugo really balanced on the brink between life and death? I never heard anything of the sort. All that he told me was that he was bound to the Reverie, unable to travel freely.
こいつはお人よしだから、人助けになるといえば力くらい貸すだろう。俺も人助けって聞いたら強くはいい。でもこいつの身に危険が及ぶなら話は別だ。魔法は影響の強いものほど危険なんだからな。人を生死の境から引っ張り戻すような魔法を使ったら、こいつだって何事もなく。
詳しいね。
それは当然だろ。魔女が身近にいるんだから。
As I listened to Arnold and Hugo speak, I tried to put the pieces of their conversation together in my mind. One thing was bothering me above all else, and I pulled myself out of my daze just enough to ask Arnold about it. He said that his soul is bound by magic. So then, he isn't just bound in a physical sense. It's not just that he can't leave the Reverie. What do you mean he's teetering between life and death? Just what on earth is going on? Arnold, this doesn't... He grabbed his arm, ready to question him until I was satisfied, but my answer came from an unexpected direction.
囚われているという言葉は、俺に関して言えば少し違うかもしれないね。死の淵で消えかけた魂を、今は魔法で何とかつなぎ止めているだけだから。
Yep, he's dying. I felt my shoulders slump in resignation. Hugo, however, sounded almost indifferent as he continued to explain.
そう。俺は霊部に縛られていると言ったけれど、縛られているからこそ、ここに存在している。その戒めが外れれば、ただ、この現実から解き放たれて、正しく死者になるだけだよ。
He'd pass away. Hearing it so clearly, straight from Hugo himself, gave the vague sense of despair dwelling within me a clear and present form. I was aghast, but thankfully Arnold was there to press further in my place.
死者って魔法から解放されれば目を覚ますんじゃないのか。
そんな奇跡は起こらないと思うよ。
Oh,
俺は7
that's the
年前のあ
miracle
の
we
時
need.
死んだも同然なんだ。
We need that miracle for the best ending. Well, shit.
魔法がただ俺を縛り付け生かしていただけ。
Without warning, Hugo's tone shifted. It grew tender and gentle as he spoke directly to me.
言っただろエマ。悪い魔女なんかいない。俺はただ魔法に助けられてここにいる。魔法がなければ俺たちは再会することだってなかっただろうし、俺はずっと前に死んでいたんだよ。
I remembered something Hugo had told me when we first met. Which one? It was when he asked me to free everyone from the RPA. He mentioned that they had only been imprisoned there due to an incident of sorts. It had all been an accident. The power of magic had imprisoned them, but nevertheless, witches weren't evil. I now saw Hugo's reassurances in a tragic new light. So then when I dispel the refused magic and free you, you'll die? Everyone will? And you still expect me to go through with it?
そう言うだろうと思っていたよ。本当のことを話せば、きっと優しい君は霊部からの解放をやめてしまう。それだけは避けなければいけない。それくらいならできる限りのことは黙っておいた方がいいと思ったんだ。それに君に俺たちの命を奪うなんて、そんな重荷を背負わせたくない。魔法は悪いものじゃない。俺たちを解放し自由にするもの。君は魔法でみんなを助けたんだ。そう信じたまま別れたかったのに。嘘は良くないね。結局こんな形で君を傷つけて、大切なものを壊してしまって、俺はいつまで経っても不愛想で人との関わりが下手なつまらない義士のままだ。
Hugo's words were cold and deprecating. But his expression remained as bright as ever. Even now, his smile never faltered.
でも安心して。霊部から解放しても俺はあるべき姿に戻るだけだ。だからそんなに悲しい顔をしなくてもいいんだよ。
It was only then that I realized that my expression had been wrapped with sorrow. And for once, Hugo's trademark smile slipped as well. There was a clear hint of pain in his narrowed eyes. I know exactly how he feels. He's my friend after all. I understand his pain, his grief, and the choices he's made. I understand why he reached the conclusion he did, and in the end, he was right. If I'd known all of this from the very start, I would never have been able to awaken my magic. I understand, but I still wish you'd told me the truth. Isn't that what friends do? Wait, what about my memories? I still don't understand why you wouldn't tell me about what happened 7 years ago. Why would you tell me that you knew my father? There's still something left that you haven't told me, isn't there? And I have an idea that's been eating at me this whole time. Could it be that the accident that took my father's life and the one that led to your imprisonment in the RPA were related?
それは
If you're still hiding something from me, then please tell me everything. No matter what the truth may be, I want to hear it. I knew that Hugo must have had his doubts about all the lies he told, and all the truths he kept hidden from me. Now, how difficult must it have been to look me in the eye, knowing full well everything he was keeping from me? I simply couldn't find in myself to condemn him. And I knew there was only one explanation for why he'd endured so much pain and hesitation all the way up till that very moment. I've had plenty of doubts myself, I know how it feels. But I made my decision long ago. It has to be me. He chose me for this because nobody else would be able to do it. I don't want to part with Hugo, but still. Hugo, if you truly want me to free you from the Rivier, then I swear to you that I will, no matter what. So please tell me the truth. By making that promise, I was effectively promising to lead him to his death. But even so, Hugo has chosen this path. He's chosen a future for himself, and I have to respect his wishes. I told myself that even as I realized that my fists were clenched so hard, they were trembling. Even though I didn't want to let myself believe that Hugo would be gone forever, before I knew it.
君がそう言うのなら、君の質問になら答えよう。いくつでもね。
Those were the same words he'd said to me back when he showed me around the Riviera for the very first time. Oh. Oh, this is his POV. Always been handy sort. Detailed work was my forte, and I wanted to find a job that would let me make the most of that skill. Malaysian engineers were pushing the limits of technology far beyond what anyone in Germany had done at the time. And the city was abundant and cultured to boot. It captured my imagination. Not long after I'd arrived, I found myself employed as an engineer, working on an amusement park's attraction. 8 years beforehand, that park had found itself in the hands of a new owner. The owner's name was Florent. Oh, that's the MC's. Yeah. Florent acknowledged my skills as an engineer, and I had plenty of confidence in my work as well. That confidence, however, was part of why I'd ended up being so isolated. It drove people away from me. Put it bluntly, I suppose you could say I was prideful. I was prideful pain in the I don't know how to pronounce that. Didn't get along with the rest of the park staff. In spite of my skills, I often found myself being lectured by them. And one day, Florent introduced me to his beloved daughter. Oh, be cute. Florent's wife had passed away, but thanks to the daughter she left him, his days were filled with familial bliss. He took great pride in being the owner of an amusement park, largely because of how happy it made you. Not long after he introduced us, I found myself eating my meals with the two of you and serving as your playmate. The two of you almost treated me like a member of your family. It wasn't long at all before you took a heated interest in my work. From then on, we spent more time together than ever. At first, I had no idea what to talk with you about or how I should treat you. When I heard you talk about how much you loved the equipment I worked on, however, I found myself overjoyed. That changed something in me. From then on, I found it just a little easier to associate with the rest of the staff. In other words, you and your father were the saviors of my day-to-day life. Thanks to the two of you, I'd found a place where I belong. I can't overstate how grateful I felt. That's why I wanted to do something for you in return. Was the reason I built the manège. I made it for you. The girl who appreciated my work more than anyone else. Took the imagery from your favorite picture book and did my best to bring it to life. Even put it on a pedestal that could be disassembled and transported. That way people all across the countryside could have a chance to enjoy it. You were overjoyed when you saw the finished product. You told me how crowds of people would flock to the park to ride it. Lo and behold, on the day the Manège was unveiled, the visitors poured in. The sight of their smiles was one I'll never forget.
君は俺が送ったものをいつも何倍にもして返してくれる。あの日はそれを何よりも実感する日だった。君が以前に思い出したのはきっとその時のことだろうね。
I nodded, certain beyond a doubt that he was correct. All this was news to me, yet strangely none of it surprised me. Perhaps it was because deep down I already knew all of it. It was all buried everywhere in my sealed memories. So then, was that picture?
そうだね。マネージュが公開された時に撮った写真だと思う。確かフロランさんが持っていたと思うから、君が譲り受けて持っていたのだろうね。
In that case, I know why it was in my music box's secret compartment. Even if I can't recall placing it there, I'm certain it was because it was deeply precious to me. Wanted to make sure I never lost it.
おそらくはね。そしてそのオルゴールは俺がマネージュを完成させた際に、当時のフランスの情勢は荒れていたし、マネージュもいつ取り壊されるかわからない。それなら君の手元にも残るものを残しておく。
And that really was when I got the music box. I felt an ache in my chest. The image of it lying on the ground, broken and battered, flashed through my mind. Hugo seemed to realize what I was thinking, and his tone took an apologetic air.
その時俺が望んだ通りに、君はあのオルゴールを持ち続け、大切にしていてくれたね。それも俺が壊してしまったわけだけれど。
Well,
話を続けるよ。俺からの贈り物を喜んでくれた君はとても大切な秘密を打ち明けてくれた。
oh,
君が魔女だということ。
oh, so that's when that happened. I see. Hey, Hugo, is magic evil?
魔法は悪いものじゃないよ。そんなの使い方次第さ。実際今の君の魔法は俺を笑顔にしてくれた。それが悪いとは思えないよ。
But
君がそんなに不安になるのなら俺が証明してみせるよ。君の不安を取り払ってあげる。魔法は悪いものじゃない。素敵なものだ。当時の君は自分の秘密を持て余し、答えをくれる人を探しているようだった。実際俺は魔法をいいものだと思っていたし、君の力になりたかったから、いい魔法の使い道について考えてみることにしたんだ。
a way to use my magic for good. Found myself reaching out toward the Manège as a memory came back to me. A memory of it and the reveille bathed in brilliant light.
スターライツだよ。俺と君の力を合わせて理想の遊園地を作るためのアイデアだった。いつかマネージュに魔法の光を灯し、夜の遊園地を照らそう。それが俺たちの約束だった。
It felt as if something was squeezing my heart. Is that what Starlight was all about? It was all for my sake. A look of shock came across Hugo's face, and he quickly shook his head.
いや、これは言っておきたいな。始まりは確かに君のためだったけれど、俺も一緒に考えるうちに楽しくて自分の夢を叶える手段になっていったんだ。君のためだけにしていたことじゃないよ。それは覚えておいてほしいな。
We understand. Thank you. With that matter clarified, Hugo resumed his story.
ここからは気が重い話だね。でも君が知りたいのはきっとこのことだろうから話すよ。辛いことだろうけれど。
About a year had passed since I had met and befriended you in Florence. The state of affairs in France was ever shifting, and rumor had it that war was brewing on the horizon. I did my best to stay alert. After all, if an emergency occurred, then the first things to be sacrificed would be those that had no bearing on day-to-day life. And amusement parks were emblematic of those little pleasures. Warren did his best to keep our activities as inconspicuous as possible to avoid drawing the gaze of the military. However, his efforts ended up amounting to nothing. At first, they requested the park itself. They were after the metals and had been used in its construction. It wasn't hard to guess that anything we sold to them would be melted down for its raw materials. And so Florent refused their offers time and time again. He held on till the bitter end. The military responded by forging a deed to the park, seeking to claim it through deception. They forced their way into the park, began tearing down its attractions right before his eyes. Oh boy.
なぜこんなことをするんだ。
Oh. That's Arnold's dad, isn't he? Oh.
俺たちから奪う権利はないはずだろう。
説明したはずだ。我々に必要だと。奴らに構わず続けろ。
承知しました。
やめろ。やめてくれ。俺たちの居場所を奪うな。園の周辺は解体作業のために囲まれて立ち入り禁止となり、解体した鉄材は鉄の塊にして武器に変わるという話だった。到底許せなかった。人々の笑顔を生み出すはずの遊具が人々の命を奪う武器に変わるなんて。何度懇願しても軍を止めることはかなわず、俺の目の前でマネージュ以外は全て解体されて。
As the sun faded beyond the horizon, shades of violet began to dominate the sky. Hugo had spoken without pause up until then, but suddenly he trailed off. And what happened then?
最後まで抵抗を続けた俺は軍に歯向かったとして軍に排除された。拳銃で撃たれたんだ。お願いだ。マネージュだけは残してほしい。大切なものなんだ。
くどい。そこをどけ。
どけない。どうしてもこれだけは。
歯向かう相手を間違えたな。 貴様はこれで終わりだ。
こんなことで、こんなところで。どちらにしてもこれで終わりか。でもそれならせめてこのマネージを守って。
お。Oh. And then the world was enveloped in brilliant light of the purest white. The second shot hadn't met its mark. You, Emma, who Florent had told to run away and hide, you had died between me and the gun's barrel. You took the bullet in my stead. Thankfully, it struck your necklace rather than you, so it was deflected. At the same moment, there was a dazzling burst of magical light.
それからどうなったのかは俺にはわからない。気がつくと広場に立っていたんだ。辺りに軍人の姿はなく、マネージュとなぜか解体されたはずの遊具がよみがえり、俺が首に負ったはずの怪我は跡形もなく、代わりに首には星の技ができていて、光の鎖がつながっていた。魔法だとすぐに分かった。それもこれはきっとエマの魔法で、銃弾を受けて死にかけた俺を助けてくれたのだと思った。ただ何をどう試しても一定以上マネージュから離れることができない。光のどうしたらいいのか分からず、そこで数日過ごすうち、解体作業を続けるために軍人がやってきたりもしたけれど、魔法の力に阻まれて手出しできないようだった。
For a moment, Hugo paused. Nino, hi. Welcome to the stream. Arnold, who had been silent ever since the start of the story, took that opportunity to finally speak up in a soft, wavering voice.
じゃあ、その時あんたの体は致命傷を負って病院へ運ばれた。
そうなんだろうね。それこそ幽霊のような状態で、今の俺は仮の姿なんだろう。本当の俺は今も病院で眠りこけているんじゃないかな。
7 years though.
フロランさんが亡くなったという話はその後町の噂話で聞いたけれど、エマがどうなったかは全く聞くことはなかった。君も銃弾を受けていたからとても心配だったけれど、ネックレスのおかげで防がれてはいたし、無事を信じて探そうとした。でも俺は霊部に縛り付けられたままで身動きができなかったから。だから元気な君と再会できた時はすごく嬉しかったよ。
With that, Hugo's story came to an end. I hung my head, unable to look him in the eye. Hugo was on the verge of death, so I used my magic. And then the next thing he knew, he was confined to the Revier. It was me. It was my spell. Well, ain't this different? Yeah. Yeah. We are finding out that Arnold's dad might be the one who shot them, though. Well, that. Also, I was just lurking. Yay. My lips were trembling and I bit them without even realizing it. I felt empty, but at the same time, I was enraged with myself and wanted to break down in tears. So that means I was the witch who trapped you here, wasn't I? It was like I always feared. My magic really is evil.
違う。それは何度も言っただろう。あれは事故だったし、君は俺を救おうと身を投げ出した。魔法も撃たれたショックで勝手に発動してしまっただけだろう。君のせいじゃないんだ。
How does that change anything? Accident or not, it's still my fault. You've been trapped here for 7 years, isn't it? I'm the reason why you can't leave. And not just you, all the others are trapped here as well, aren't they?
違う。俺以外のみんなは俺の許可を得てここに留まっているだけだ。そのことは君も気にする必要はない。
Stretch. Thanks. Thanks for the stretch. I never knew. All those years, I didn't know a thing, neither about you nor the accident. I forgot every bit of it. My emotions overwhelmed me, and tears began to stream down my cheeks. We were supposed to be friends, but I forgot him. There I was, casually declaring I'd set him free from the reprieve, when I was the one who trapped him there in the first place. And then I'd argued with him of all things, despite never coming close to having remembered the truth. It was unbelievable. How could I? I had so many regrets, I couldn't bear them. I couldn't hold back my tears. I was trapped in a cycle of sadness and regret, but then I felt a warmth on my cheek and as a hand wiped away my tears.
俺の言葉を聞いて、エマ。7年経って君と再会しても、君は変わらず俺にとっての希望だった。俺の心を変えて、俺が送ったものを何倍にもして返してくれる。今もそうだよ。俺はこのことを話すのがすごく怖かった。君が傷つくだろうと思ったこともある。でもそれ以上に、これまであった全てを思い出すと、俺はしがみつきたくなるんだ。叶えたかった夢を捨てたくない。悔しい。そして怖い。でも、君がそうやって泣いて、たとえ記憶がなくても、俺の夢を叶えてくれた。だから、後ろ向きな気持ちは消えていく。ありがとう、エマ。再会した君は、今まで以上に俺を助けてくれた。これまでに感じたことのない気持ちも、たくさん芽生えていくのを感じた。俺が誰よりも大切に思う君に、これ以上悲しんでほしくない。君に惹かれていくこの気持ちを、これ以上悲しみで上書きしたくないから、泣かずに受け入れてほしい。
I took a long deep breath, then let it out again. That helped me begin to calm down. The tears finally ceased. I don't think that's possible. I can't hold my tears back for long.
そうかもしれないね。じゃあ、泣いてもいいから、俺のために笑顔を見せて。
And what pained me more than anything was the fact that Hugo had been carrying the burden of all these truths alone this whole time. I could hardly bear to think about how it must have felt. And even after all this, I still have to release you from the reprieve, don't I? Hugo had done everything he could to make me feel better. His words filled my heart with warmth. I understood perfectly how important I was to him and how grateful he felt toward me. I'm glad to know how he feels about me, but that just makes it all the harder to say goodbye. Why must I lose him all over again? It was such a selfish thought. It was almost like I'd regressed to the child I was 7 years ago. As it ran through my head, though, Hugo spoke up once more.
もう何年も生きているのか死んでいるのか、俺はもうこの世のものではないと思いながら、ずっとレイブだけを守って生きてきたんだ。もう解放されたい。スターライツという夢も君が叶えてくれる。俺の心残りは、その君に俺の最後を見送ってもらえるなら、こんなに幸せなことはないよ。
For just a moment, the hand that had wiped away so many tears lingered on my cheek, stroking it ever so gently. Overlord Bloodstar, hi. How's everyone doing today? Chilling. We're just enjoying the story. Then Hugo backed away from me. I tried to step forward, but he held out a hand, stopping me in my tracks.
失礼、マドモアゼル。近づきすぎてしまったね。適切な距離を保とうか。君はもう素敵な女性に成長したわけだし、
Okay.
俺はこれ以上君に心を奪われたくないからね。
I had no idea what to say to him. As I stood there, stock still, Hugo swept off his hat and gave me a polite bow. Also, we have an ad break. God damn it. Ah! Yeah, we have an ad break, so I'm gonna hydrate and take a break for that 3 minutes. Doing good myself. Caught a couple of shiny Pokemon on CA this morning. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just taking a break so that my voice can rest for a bit for 3 minutes during the ad break. So yeah, let's just wait for like another 2 minutes. Think we should be halfway through chapter 7. The ad break. Yeah, during this really emotional moment. Alright, forgot that auto message as well. Since we're done with the Dono go for that. Me. This one. Yep. Okay. Ad break done. Yeah, let's continue.
少し疲れたから休ませて。約束は忘れないでほしい、エマ。
With the farewell so formal and well-mannered, it nearly broke my heart. Hugo returned to his tent. Seemed he'd returned to his old ways and would be playing the role of director for me once more. I stood before the menage, desperately holding back my tears. He told me to smile, but I just couldn't. I hated myself for it. As I stood in my frustration, I heard a voice behind me.
さ。
Yeah, he's been here the whole time. It's kind of awkward, huh? In that moment, there was simply nothing I could say to him. That feeble apology was the most I could manage.
いや、いいんだ。ただ、
I wonder if he
謝りたくて。
knows. Yep. I wonder if he knows his father was involved with that incident.
ごめん。エマ。それとヒューゴさんにも。俺が謝っていたって。
Is he probably aware? That's why he's apologizing. Maybe he does. Maybe he's been apologizing a lot.
いや、
Oh, he knows. Yeah, I think he is aware of what happened. Huh? I couldn't understand what he was trying to say. I turned around only to find that Arnold had already taken his leave. Arnold? Yeah, he's aware. Keyword maybe. I mean, with how he acted, like he was apologizing a lot. Even though it sounded like he's apologizing not because he asked Hugo about the truth. It's because probably what happened 7 years ago. But we'll only find out if we get to his route, which is the very last route. The sunset and nighttime came to Paris. The place Starlight, true to its name, afforded an incredible view of the stars above. They shine so brightly, so beautifully, that they put even the moon to shame. As I gazed up at them, I felt my jumbled mess of emotions begin to settle. I wonder, did I also gaze up at the stars with Hugo here 7 years ago? How many routes left till his? Me. There's Creye, Lucille, Leon. I think that's 3, not including Arnold's. So I think there's 3. Maybe Starlight's was our way of recreating their beauty. Maybe that's how it became our dream. And the day after tomorrow, that dream will be made a reality. It was a wonderful thought. Hugo was certainly right about that. I lived my life fixated on my power, obsessed with the idea that I was a failure of a witch. But thanks to Hugo, everything had changed. No longer did magic scare me. I accepted that I was a witch and would no longer allow that knowledge to dominate my life. Yeah, we may be finishing this at January 2026. Probably, yeah. If I can finish everything in one day, I would, but yeah. And yet, I still felt like I could break down in tears for just one reason. All that's missing is Hugo. There was no way to change the past. All I could do was accept it. I had to. But not him. Can't accept having to lose Hugo, no matter what. I promised to free him from the Reverie. The more I spoke with him, though, and the more I came to understand him, the more I wanted to break that promise. I want to stay with him. I want to grow even closer to him. As I confronted the feelings that were tearing my heart to pieces, I finally understood. I'm drawn to Hugo, charmed by him. No, it's more than that. That doesn't even begin to describe it. She's just realizing it now. I never want to leave him, but still, I'll keep my promise. I found my resolve, so I turned to face the stand. I'm true with keeping a healthy distance. I mean, yeah, go girl. Go talk to him. Hugo? As I poke my head into the tent, Hugo shot up from his chair. He looked shocked.
どうしたんだい？まだ話すことがあった？
There is, yes. I have one more thing that I have to say to you. You go, girl. I stepped forward, walking right into his space and stopping only when I was directly in front of him. I'll keep my promise. I'll use my magic to free you all from the RPA.
うん。ありがとう。心を決めてくれて。永遠に別れてしまう前に、もう一度エマに会えてよかった。
Hugo smiled at me, but it was an expression laden with sadness. And that was why I hadn't finished just yet. But that's not all. Time to save. Just like what we said with Sergey. Yeah, I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I have no intention of allowing you to pass away, Hugo. Hugo looked taken aback. That was only natural, of course, so I repeated myself once more. I refuse to say goodbye. I won't leave your side no matter what happens.
昔みたいなわがままを言うんだね。君はもうすっかり大人になったと思っていたのに。
I'm no adult. I don't want to be one. And that's why I had a talk. What? Hugo kept his head in confusion. Have to be even closer to him. So close he'll never be able to leave me. I took hold of his jacket and made my intentions clear. I'll do it for the sake of meeting with you once more.
それは。
I knew he was going to ask what I meant, so I answered without even waiting for him to finish his sentence. Maybe you were shot 7 years ago, and maybe the one then did bring you to the brink of death. But being on the brink of death isn't the same as being dead, is it? They won't be keeping your body in hospital if it had already passed away. And if my magic is capable of binding your soul to a menage, allowing it to manifest and live on as a phantom, then why wouldn't I be able to truly save you as well? I paused for just a moment and searched my memories. For anything else, you must prepare yourself mentally. Hugo's eyes widened and it carried on. Start ready your ingredients, think of your favorite things. Any ingredient will do. If you like meat, choose meat. If you like cake, choose cake. It's the lines from the book, okay. Whatever you choose will become your appetizer.
俺が貸した魔法の本?
That's right. It was a simple, easily digestible book that explained elementary magic by way of a course meal metaphor. I'd always felt that reading that book had dramatically accelerated my magic's awakening. I'm quite certain that the most important ingredient for this spell is you, Hugo.
俺が食材?
You are, and it's my job to ensure you turn out delicious. Wild line. The wild line. That is a wild line right there. Oh, hey, Dean. Dean just rated on the perfect time to see this line. Okay, then. Hey, Dean. I think you were playing Resident Evil, right? Yeah, you were playing RE4. That was RE4. Let's just, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What line is that? It's, yeah. Crazy. Crazy line right there. But yeah, it's a metaphor, basically. It's not to be taken literally. Had to believe and understand that that was all it took. Every time I'd approach magic in that manner, so far it succeeded. An instant later, Hugo's laughter abruptly faded. His expression softened as well. It almost looked like he was about to cry. He was laughing so much.
俺を助けるの？
Yeah, Dina was RE4. Golden Gamer, hi. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I want to meet you again after all of this is over. I'll use my magic to free you with that intent in mind. I won't let him step away from me again. I pulled him toward me and wrapped my arms around him. Yo!
君にはかなわないな。
You know what? The MC for this route does seem more forward than the MC from the other route that I played. Well, that's something. There's a change in her personality a little bit. Doing great and dying a lot in the extra games. Oh. Oh. I think that a phantom could be the swarm. Whether or not this body is real, I know that our feelings are true.
いつも君に救われてばかりで、今回もまた君に全てを任せることになるのが申し訳ないな。
Dude saw a giant man. I see. Yeah, the first one dislikes women after all he does it. That's so funny. Yeah, we're most likely gonna see his character profile later as well. After we finish this ending. But that was funny.
確かにそうかもしれないね。じゃあ頑張らないと。
That's right, you're not allowed to give up, no matter what. Stay by my side till the end.
君は不思議だ
Damn,
ね。
girl is so forward now.
その唇から出る言葉は魔法よりずっと強く俺を君のもとに縛り付けていく。
A thought suddenly struck me, so I quickly glanced up at Hugo's face. I hope I'm not upsetting you. I hugged you out of nowhere, didn't I?
そんなわけないよ。俺は君が大好きなんだ。
Hugo gazed into my eyes, his words coming out in a tender whisper.
好きだよ、エヴァ。 俺も君から離れたくない。
There's the
ずっ
confession.
と君に
Let's
心を奪われ
go.
たままでいたい。
Happy for them.
俺の中では君は俺を救ってくれた可愛らしい少女だったのに、再会してその距離を縮めてからは俺を救い夢を叶えてくれる女神みたいだ。
Surely you're exaggerating, right?
大げさじゃないよ。君に生かされて救われて君に変えられて生きてきたのに、君以外が俺の神様になれるの？
Hugo leaned forward and kissed my brow. Okay. Overcome by a fit of bashfulness, I buried my face in his chest. Then I thought back over everything that had happened. If I'm Hugo's goddess, then what is Hugo to me, I wonder? He had made the menage for me and given me my music box. I felt like I could remember his innocent smile from back in those days, more clearly than ever now. After all, it was the same smile he'd shown me back at Blackburg, when he'd made Starlight's a rousing success. He planned Starlights with me, and we promised to each other that we would make it reality. He reassured me time and time again that magic is a force for good. He taught me how to use my magic as well, guiding me every step of the way. Hey Rui! Hey Rui, how you doing? If I'm your goddess, Hugo, then you're my magician.
魔法使い？魔女は君だろ？
Oh. Oh, okay. 走れソリよ風のように月見肌を離れたどる Thanks, Rui. I don't know if my mic picked that up, but also my throat is kind of tired from reading, but so I tried. Also, it's really difficult to get a music clip for that. So yeah, I just worked with that for now. Oh, yeah, thanks for that, Redeem. Oh, well then explain how you can change my mood with a single word. If that's not magic, then what is? She's so forward. She's so forward that... It's all thanks to you that I came to accept that magic could do good as well. And thanks to you letting me work at the RPA, I found a place where I belong. Became a new me. And that's why I... She's so... Wait, what? Annoying gun noises at John, what? What? I'm out of water spray! I'm shooting gun to annoy the John. Damn. We've been holding each other throughout our whole conversation, but now Hugo wrapped his arms around my waist and lifted me into the air. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa there!
それなら今すぐ魔法を使いたい。そばにいてほしい。
I'm already right here with you, aren't I?
そうじゃなくて、今夜はずっとそばにいて。
Sir. Sir? Hugo pressed his face into my shoulder. His pleading demeanor struck me as so characteristically childlike. Couldn't help but crack up.
よし、魔法が成功したね。
He spun in circles, still lifting me up off the ground. He was practically frolicking, and I laughed once more. Since when did you have a childish side like this, Hugo? You look like you're having the time of your life.
楽しいんだよ。ようやく君に本当のことが言えた。
Hugo set me down lightly and carefully. The smile on his face was bright as ever, but something about that expression struck me as oddly sad. That's right, you don't have to hide anything from me anymore.
そう？どこまで伝えるべきか迷うんだ。思っている全部を伝えたら君に呆れられそうで。
What do you mean by that? I have a hard time imagining that.
じゃあ正直に言うと。
Hugo took my hand. It was a gesture that felt like I'd experienced recently.
以前アルノーが君を迎えに来た時、俺は手を離したくないと思ったよ。
Oh, that time. Oh. He was talking about the day the two of us had stopped to talk after work, only to be interrupted by Arnold's arrival. I did indeed remember Hugo's unusual reluctance to let go of my hand. I hadn't thought much about it at that time, but now that he mentions it, that was rather odd.
話の途中で君を取られた気がして。
Oh,
俺
he
より
was
彼を優
jealous.
先した
I
の
see.
が悔しかったんだ。
Sorry, you could just say you were jealous, sir. I've been friends with Arnold for as long as I can remember, you know. Not to mention that I live with him. I consider him family. And well, back then I just didn't know what to say to you. Leaving with Arnold was my way of running away. I'm sorry about that. Not to mention that you've always acted so maturely. Never thought that something like that would bother you.
俺は大人じゃないよ。嫉妬深くて面倒で、多分君の理想とは程遠い。
You don't have to. I never wanted you to. I want you to be yourself, Hugo, and no one else.
難しいね。君の理想でいたいのに、君の理想でいたくない。君の前では大人でいたいのに、子供のようにわがままを言いたくもなる。
Hugo raised my hand and lightly kissed the back of my palm, then bashfully averted his gaze. Come to think of it, we've been practically pressed up against each other this whole time, haven't we? Just thought about that, girl! Girl! I wasn't opposed to that by any means, quite the contrary, but it certainly was embarrassing to realize. I could feel the flesh spread across my face. Girl. Before I knew it, I turned my gaze away as well. That may have spurred Hugo on, though, as he wrapped his arms around my waist once more. It was all too easy for him to fully envelop me in his arms.
君がそうやって恥ずかしそうにする顔だって一瞬も逃したくないよ。もうあるのに君を渡す気はない。他の誰にも渡さない。
Okay. Yo! Yo! Just like that, Hugo toppled into his bed, bringing me right along with him. I'd call out his name out of shock mostly, but he quickly replied, "Hey, yo! Sir!" Oh, was so nervous I could almost hear my heart pounding away. Just being in this position was enough to make it beat like never before. Make matters even worse, I could hear the very breaths slip past Hugo's lips as he spoke. That's a screenshot. I gotta get something for a thumbnail, right? Right.
もしかして期待している？
That's not what I meant. I had no idea that what Hugo's intentions were. All I knew was that our close proximity, being held by him, feeling his warmth, made me happy as could be. I just don't know what to do, that's all.
いいよ。そんなことを気にしなくて。君はただ俺の腕の中にいて、俺も今の状況で君に深く触れたくはない。
No.
君に触れるのなら。
Sir. Sir.
霊部から解き放たれて、俺自身の体で。
I mean, he's honest. He's honest, so okay.
君に触れたい。
Even though he was behind me, so I couldn't see his face, I could tell how earnest Hugo's feelings were. I understood them on a deep, profound level.
霊部から解放されれば死ぬのだとずっと思っていた。君を騙し、嘘をついたまま死んでいくのが当然だと思いながら、寂しくて孤独で。それでもやっぱり君の一番近くにいたかった。
I took a deep breath, then rested my hand on Hugo's. He felt so real that part of me still simply couldn't believe he was a phantom, conjured up by magic. It's alright, I promise that I'll save you, Hugo. We will meet again, alive and well.
そうだね。俺が生きる可能性を君が信じてくれるから。生きてもう一度君に会う。信じる。信じるよ、エマ。
Hugo pulled me closer, holding me tightly in his arms. His fate was so strong it was almost stifling, but I accepted it, turning it over in my mind again and again. I'll believe in you too, Hugo. No matter what happens, we will meet again. Okay, final chapter. Oh, okay. The warmth that I'd felt against my back throughout the night was no longer present. I blurrily groped behind me in search of it, my eyes still shut. Hugo, called his name as I searched for him. And a moment later, I was shocked when his voice rang out from an entirely unexpected
お
direction.
はよう、エマ。
Oh. Ah. When I opened my eyes, I found Hugo's face directly in front of me. Oh. I was so surprised I leaped to my feet.
寝ぼけていた？
No, I just thought you were still behind me, that's all.
君の寝顔を見たくなったんだ。
Okay.
可愛かったよ。寝起きのエマも可愛いけれどね。
Hugo complimented his early morning flattery with a kiss on my cheek. Hey, sir. I was happy, of course, but also so embarrassed it felt like my face might have caught on fire. Oh, Hugo, you think you could, well, maybe go easy on me just a little?
ん何が
Actually, never mind. I'll just have to get used to it. The smile on his face told me that he knew exactly what he was doing. Oh, he knew. Most likely knew. On the one hand, it really is embarrassing. But on the other hand, a little embarrassment is easily worth understanding him this well. It's so much better than not knowing what he is thinking. True. True. As I reflected on the situation, Hugo closed his eyes. He almost looked like he was praying.
おはよう、かわいい子。朝の光が全ての記憶を奪ったとしても、あなたの心に残った喜びだけは永遠に残るから。
I'd heard that passage before. Isn't that a line from the picture book you showed me?
うん、覚えていたんだね。
Of course I do. The things you told me back then were incredibly encouraging.
それならよかった。こうやってこれから毎日君の目覚めを祝福できるように祈りと願いを込めて。
That's right. Tomorrow and the day after and every day that follows.
よし、食堂へ朝食を食べに行こうか。昨日の夕食は食べ損ねてしまったしね。
I really hadn't been counting on an interruption like that. Honestly, Hugo, 1 minute you're making my heart beat out of my chest, and the next you're changing the subject.
ドキドキしてる？もっとした方がいい？
Sorry. You've done more than enough of that already. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wasn't wrong about him being the flirty one. After breakfast, we headed for the administrative tent for our usual morning meeting. Everyone else had already arrived by the time we got there, and Clara greeted us with a very broad smile.
おはよう。昨日はよく眠れた？
Yes, well, probably. When she put it that way, I had to question myself. Sleeping with Hugo by my side had been somewhat nerve-wracking after all. Strangely enough, though, I slept like a log anyway. Maybe being with him was reassuring enough to offset my nerves. While I paused to ponder the matter, Clara smirked at me. Oh, what are you smiling about?
だって昨日の夕食の時エマとヒューゴさんだけ食堂に現れなかったから。
Oh no. Oh no, she's onto us. Oh no. Oh no.
最初は仕事か喧嘩か何かしてるのかと思ったけど、今日の顔を見る限り仲直りしたのかなって。
You could say that, yeah. Made up. You mean you knew? Clara had recommended I take a walk and clear my head yesterday, but we never discussed what I'd actually been depressed about. I've been under the impression that she was just worried about me since I looked under the weather, not that she know the specifics.
まあそれはね、話せばいつもと違うってわかるし。あ、それとあれもちゃんと頼んでおいたわよ。
What thing?
また後でね。
Okay. As Clara dodged the question, Hugo stood up in front of everyone and began the morning meeting. Okay. Starlights was scheduled for tomorrow. We'd be spending the day finishing our preparations and finalizing our plans. Hugo ran through our schedule, and once again, and everyone listened attentively. Just one day left. That's barely any time at all. I have to do everything I can to prepare both for the starlights and for my magic's awakening. Can't fail no matter what happens. I won't let Hugo die. As As everyone headed out to handle their respective tasks, Sergei called out to me.
少しだけいいか。ヒューゴとのことなんだが、
Yes, of course. What about him?
その顔を見る限り仲直りしたということで間違いなさそうだな。
So you noticed that we had an argument too?
ヒューゴは隠していたようだが、まあそれくらいはわかる。
It was so similar to what Clara had told me that I almost chuckled. Sergei's next words, however, took me by surprise.
あなたに嫌われるようなことをしてだいぶ傷ついていたようだ。だから仲直りしたのならよかった。ああ見えて結構繊細なところがあるからな。
Him smiling though. Seeing him smile like this when we're now on this route though. Wait, maybe this is rude of me to think, but is this the first time I've seen Sergei smile? Yes. On this route, yes. Yes. The shock must have shown on my face, because Sergei quickly backpedaled.
ギクシャクして業務に支障が出たら困るからな。
Damn, you just...
仲はいい
Okay.
に越したことはない。
And just like that, Sergei hustled out of the tent without another word. That's so like you, Sergei. He and Clara are both incredibly considerate. Their release from the RPA was drawing ever closer, but they still took the time to watch out for the rest of the staff. I have to do this right for their sake. I can't fail.
そちらの予備はどうだい？
Yes, I don't think that will be a problem at all. None of the light bulbs are broken either. Look. I lit up one of the bulbs just to demonstrate. It was in working order. Hugo's face meanwhile lit up in a smile. He patted me on the head.
さすがだ。もうすっかり魔法を使いこなせるようになったね。
I certainly hope so. Would be in trouble if I didn't, after all. That's why I've been putting so much effort into my practice.
ああ。君は誰より努力してきたんだから。報われないと救われないね。
Something about the way he praised that bothered me, and I paused for a moment to stare deeply into his eyes. My gaze must have made him a little uncomfortable. Hugo shrugged and smiled awkwardly.
ごめん。少し違うことを考えていて。
Sir. Sir, cease. Please. Or would that be? In the
グラン
gutter?
ブールでスターライツを催した時、
Mm-hmm.
場所こそ違うものの、俺と君の夢を叶えることができたと。
I see. Words Hugo spoke and the look on his face were mismatched. He sounded happy but seemed almost lonesome at a glance. It struck me as strange, but before I could consider the matter further, Hugo stepped forward and spoke in a soft, quiet tone.
でも、君があの日、失われた記憶の断片を思い出したと聞いて、やはりやるべきじゃなかったと。君の記憶を掘り起こすくらいなら、反対しておくべきだったと思った。あの時、スターライツを行わなければ、君の記憶は戻ることもなかったかもしれん。いつか、その記憶が辛い過去に結びつくなら、俺はとんでもない過ちを犯してしまったんじゃないかと。
Hugo reached out to lay a hand on my shoulder. Seeing him so close to me, the regret over his past mistakes, so clear. Maybe it made me realize that Sergei was right. He really was a sensitive man. Oh. Yuki Ann, hi! Thank you for the raid! What are you playing? Oh, Oh, you're playing the villainess is adored by the prince of the neighborhood kingdom. Hi. Hey, you were playing that game I played a few months ago, I think. Or several weeks ago. How was it? I hope you not sure what part of the game you are on, but yeah. Saki Yosei, hi. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome raiders. Yeah, for the new people in the chat from the raid, I am Kara Shin. You can call me Shin, and I'm a flower fairy VTuber. Yeah, hey there, Saki. Oh, we found the we found the Padoru emote, but yeah. Yep, I can see that you are from the raid, yes. I hope the visual novel was something you enjoyed, because I enjoyed that as well when I played it. Yeah, we're at the very last chapter. Well, it's still at the start of the last chapter, so probably another hour until I finish it, because I'm reading everything. Well, the unvoiced lines, but yeah. I tried to find the right words to express myself with. When all said and done. Oh shit. First choice of the chapter. Save. Let's tell him that I'm glad that I remembered. I'm glad that I remembered about what happened 7 years ago. And for that matter, I'm glad that I convinced you to tell me about all the parts that I couldn't remember on my own. There's no reason for you to regret that. I would have remembered on my own eventually, regardless.
そうかな。
I'm certain of it. I've always wanted to remember, after all. And memories of you from 7 years ago, and the memories I've made with you since we were reunited, are both precious to me. All of those memories, starting from the moment we first met, are the reason why I love you today. And that's why I never wanted to forget them again. Not a single one.
Emma.
Though I guess I've been greedy recently. How could I possibly ask for more when just being with you brings me all the happiness a person could ever want? The more I came to the start, the more I came to fear losing what I had. It was that very fear that drove me to throw my arms around him.
欲張りと言うなら俺もそうだよ。十分幸せだけれどもっと欲しい。これからも君と思い出を作りたい。何度だってこうやって君に触れたいし、霊部から解放されて本当の意味で生きている俺の腕で君を抱きしめたい。もっと欲張りになっていいよ、エマ。もっと俺を欲しがって。俺はそこに生きたいと思う理由を見つけてみせるから。
Hugo leaned forward and pressed his forehead to mine. Enjoy your stream. Merry Christmas. Got to go preparing for travel soon. Oh, okay. You take care on your travel, and yeah, hopefully you get everything everything you needed for your travel. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. For a moment, I thought he was going to kiss me, so I closed my eyes in response. But no matter how long I waited, nothing happened. Huh? Oh, you tease. I opened my eyes to find Hugo right in front of me laughing. He had a gentle, amused smile on his
キ
face.
スすると思ったね。
You tease. I did? Yes?
俺もキスしたい。いつまで我慢できるかな。
Guys are working, right? Guys are working, right? Why guys flirting? During work hours. But if you could, you'd resist until you're freed from the revier.
そう。そう思っているけれどね。君のその顔を見ていると、愛おしくてたまらないから、難しく思えて仕方がないね。
In lieu of a kiss, Hugo gently traced his fingertips across my lips and smiled. Okay. Okay then.
さあ、今日は全部開けるよ、セルジュ。
Damn. You're
本
drinking?
気か。溜め込んでいた酒を全部持ち出してきて。
まあ、全部は飲めないかな。でもいいだろう。どうせ明日で終わりなんだ。
本当に終わりにできるのか。
終わらせるためにエマが頑張ってくれているんだよ。そんな顔しないでくれ。酔いが冷めるだろう。
はあ、あれほど慎重にことを進めていたのに、結局あなたも情にほだされて。
情か。愛情というなら正解だけれどね。
なんとでも。どちらにしろあなたが予定していた道を外れてしまった。
そうだったかな。
そうだ。以前彼女をここに縛り付けたくないと言ったのはあなただ。幸せそうなのは構わない。構わないが。
俺たちをレイブから解放したら、彼女とレイブとの関係はなくなるはずだ。
そう思うか。真実を知った今、彼女は何が何でもあなたを生かそうとするだろう。そのために今さっきも魔法の覚醒に挑んでいた。その努力は認めるが、だからこそ失敗してしまったら、あなたを死なせてしまったら、全てを悔やみ、彼女自身がまたレイブに囚われてしまうんじゃないのか。
セルジュ、俺は死なないよ。絶対に目覚めて生きて彼女に会うんだ。約束したから。信じると誓ったから。大丈夫だよ。俺たちは約束を守るのが得意なんだ。スターライツもそうして実現した。だから次もきっと大丈夫。俺はこの先の未来を信じるよ。もう一度彼女に会ってキスしなきゃいけないからね。
そんな話に興味はないな。
TMI, okay. Hey, Tatsuya.
冷たいこと言うなよ。
酔って絡むな。とにかく
That's a bad card.
あなたが信じるというのなら、私も信じよう。
At least he's happy for him.
セルジュ、そう言ってくれると思ったよ。
Oh my god, he's a clingy drunk.
絡むなと言ってるだろう。
He's a clingy drunk. Oh my god. The day of starlights and the one I'd set everyone free finally arrived. I got up early that morning and double-checked the map that I'd obtained recently. It's not that far away. If I leave in the morning, I'll be back in with time to spare. The magic's awakening has gone well, and so now I just have to see him for myself. The more I know and understand, the more prepared I'll be. I just know my magic will work as I intend to. Oh? Is she... Oh, she's going to the hospital. When I arrived at my destination, St. Michael Hospital. I found its grounds eerily quiet. Tucked away in a corner of Paris, it felt like the hospital itself was holding its breath, waiting for visitors to arrive. I've come to see you, Hugo. Oh, there he is. It's only natural that the man who slept before me was the spitting image of the Hugo I knew so well. He was perhaps a little more gaunt than my Hugo, and his hair rather unkempt. But still, he's Hugo for sure. I sat by his side and gazed at his face. The longer I watched him, the more I reached an understanding. The Hugo I've spent so much time with at the Riviera, the Hugo here before my eyes. They're both the same man. They're both the man I loved. Hugo had made the habit of tracing his fingers along my cheek and stroking my hair without hesitation. This time I was the one who took a leaf out of his book. I gently ran my fingers across his cheek. Didn't react with force, but I still decided to make a promise to him. I will awaken my magic, Hugo. I'll bring about a miracle, I swear. Once all the souls that were bound and suspended in the Riviera had been set free, a miracle would occur. I prayed for it with all my heart and swore to do everything I could to make it happen. Oh boy. The Riviera staff members were in remarkably high spirits that day. That's good. They were kinder and more helpful than ever, turning the day into an even more joyful one than usual. Of course, we also carried out our preparations for Starlights, our very last event, without missing a single detail. It's nighttime. We kept working away, talking with one another, all the while until the sun had set.
パリでも大盛況だな。
本当ね。これはまた売り上げ更新しちゃうんじゃない？
マジかよ。特別手当出るんじゃね？
バカなことを言っていないで仕事をしろ。
やってますよだ冷血メガネ。あ、視線が氷みてえなんだけど。
見てるこっちが怖いからやめてよクリエ。
Customers streamed in through the front gates and dispersed throughout the Europe, wide smiles on their faces. Hey Yuki-an! Nice to meet you. I'm the female streamer who raided you. I love otome games too. Hey! Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for the raid earlier. I hope the game you played was something you had fun with. I did play that game like several weeks ago, so hope you had fun with it. Our Parisian visitors reacted in much the same manner as those we had back in Black. The glimmering brilliance of starlights took their breath away, the performances made them cry out with glee, and the food from the stalls dazzled with their palates. It was fun, very beautiful, thank you for asking. And I'm also from the Philippines. Oh, hey! Hey, Pepino!
いらっしゃいませ。夢の一夜へようこそ。
すごいな。この明かりどうやって光ってるんだ？
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost at the
なん
end
でもいいじゃ
for
ない
this
だ
route.
ってこんなに綺麗なん
So
だも
I'm
の
looking forward to it. Yep. Well, most of the people in this chat are Filipino. Part of it. Here in the very plaza that gave Starlight its name. Our park is overflowing not with the light of the stars, but with the light of my magic. There's light, but also
笑顔が溢れているな。やあ、スターライツが眩しいね。
Oh, is it too bright? Do you think?
いやいや、褒め言葉だよ。美しすぎて目がくらむくらいだ。
Oh, good. That's a
君も
relief.
いつにも増して眩しいね、モナムール。
During work hours. Okay. Sir, during work hours, no. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. Something about the way he said it was just so theatrical. Oh, I know this game. I wanted to stream it too. Oh, if I don't want to get spoiled, you might want to look away. Yeah, I'm at the end stretch of it. Also, we have an ad break, so I'm gonna take that as a break as well before I continue. Before I continue reading more. But yeah. But yeah, it's a good game. This one is also a good game. A lot of French terms that I cannot pronounce. But yeah. Stretch break. Thanks, Spencer. I'm ad break. Yeah. Judging by what time it is right now, though, I don't think we're gonna try to start the third route today. But I will at least look at the after story stuff within today. I was still at the prologue. Oh, for the game you played? I mean, yeah, the prologue is kind of pretty long. Meant this game? Oh, this prologue. I see. So you at least know what the premise of the story is, yeah. Yeah, next week. We still gotta check his bio, likes and dislike. Yeah, we are. We're gonna check his bio. His profile. After we finish the ending. Because I'm curious what's gonna be put in there. We're also gonna check the message the VA has. But yeah. It's nice that they have a message from the VA as well for each character. Like it feels really personal when you have those kind of stuff. Kinda just went live. Oh. What you doing? I see, and I hope you can come by my stream too. If I catch you streaming, yeah. I do sometimes like check on other people's stream when I can. Oh yeah. Channel live. I'm curious. Yeah, what is Kana doing? Oh, she's doing the last Endwalker role quest. You know what? Nobody say anything to Kana. We'll read into her later. I want to see her reaction to the caster role quest in Endwalker FF14. Also, for those who don't know, who are new to the channel that came from the raid, I do play FF14, so yeah. Also, the ad break is done. I just saw. But yeah, that's more brilliant than starlights, would you say?
もちろん。
Hugo snickered as well, then planted a kiss on the cheek. Why, you'd almost think we were lovers.
まさか違ったとでも？愛の告白が足りなければ、今ここでしてもいいけれど。
Orchestron farming, she's gonna suffer. Wait, what? Orchestron farming from what? Which orchestron is she farming for? Like the recent raids? Not sure, but that's her title. Maybe it's Arcadion? I mean, John did start last night. Wait, she changed her title? I thought it was just Role Quest. Oh, if she's doing that, I'll go with her when I'm done with the stream. I do want the Orchestron roles as well, if she's going with Arcadion. No, that's not what I meant. It's just, you'd think we were a pair of ordinary lovers like any other. It's a nice thought.
そうだね。
Gleeful shouting and laughter resounded all around us. I could join, but I gotta go shopping later, so good luck, have fun. Yeah, that's fine. The shine of starlights illuminated every corner of the ravine, near and far. And how they glimmered. Here you go, thank you for making my dream come true. I spoke quietly as I took his hand. Hugo looked slightly abashed, but accepted my hand and gently raised it before him.
繰り返し言うようだけれど、これは俺の夢でもあるんだよ。俺と一緒に約束を果たしてくれてありがと
う。Likewise. I thank Hugo in much the same manner the first time we staged Starlights. He hadn't heard me back then, and for some reason I hadn't minded that. Okay. I think I understand why now. Back then we still hadn't really granted our wish, not in the way we'd meant it to be. Now though, we've really done it. This is a magical moment, the moment our dream is realized. Yep, it's hot on the water, yeah.
みんな、お疲れ様。
With how dark my room is right now, the background is blinding me. Starlights had come to a close, and all of us, even Lucille, had gathered up in the dining tent. Drinks were poured, and we toasted the event's success.
それにしても、ルシオールも最後の夜くらい顔を出せばいいのに。
今顔を出していますが。
こんな時まで引きこもってるなんてさすがよね。
だから今顔を出してると言ってるじゃないですか。
ほんと。スターライツを見に出てくりゃいいのに。もったいねえな。
ねえ。
こんな時だけ結託するんですね。
前回よりももっと綺麗だったよ。エマさん、お疲れ様。
Thank you, Leon.
まあ、あれだけ客を呼べたのだから、それなりの出来だったということだろう。
あれ、今日はまず売り上げの話じゃねえのな。
まだ正確な数値が出ていない。客の数が多すぎて。
Damn.
そういう理由かよ。
As everyone chatted away happily, a lavish feast laid itself on the table. I'd been around everyone for long enough to know their preferences. Couldn't help but notice that all of their favorite foods were accounted for.
最後の晩餐ですね。
うん。ナイフを握っているからということではないよね。
え？
違いますよ。
はあ、誰だよこんなに魚料理出したの。これ絶対食べきれないだろ。
いいんじゃない？食べきれないほどのごちそうなんて今日の夜にぴったりよ。あ、デザートもお願いしようかしら。
太るぞ。
うん気にならないし。
片付けが大変そうだな。
Yep, so Ichiro, yeah.
片付けってやっぱりした方がいいかな。しなかった。
確かにそれは気になる問題だな。このまま残飯を放置すると。
明日の朝どうなってるか観察してみようよ。
それは無理でしょ
We finished our meal and eventually the conversation began to slow. Hugo seized an opportunity to say a few final words, gazing at each of us in turn as he did so.
みんなそれぞれ今抱えている思いは違うと思う。俺は園長として至らないところもあったけれど、これまでの毎日が楽しかったよ。みんなもレイブの最後の夜をスターライツで飾れてよかった。俺は今日のみんなの笑顔を絶対に忘れないよ。
As Hugo gazed into our eyes one by one, he brought his speech to a close.
レイブからの解放は日付が変わる頃に行う。まだ何か心にわだかまりがあるのなら、それまでに俺のところへおいで。いいね。
Hugo held his glass aloft. The rest of us nodded in agreement and clinked our glasses with his.
いつかまた会う日まで。
Yeah, I'm really curious what's the other characters' circumstances for this though. So I'm really curious if I go with the other routes. Doubts or second thoughts. I had to wonder, would anyone choose to visit Hugo in this tent on those grounds? I was rather curious once I'd finished preparing to use my magic. I ended up paying him a visit myself. Hugo had in fact asked me to do so. Hugo?
ああ、ごめん。ちょっと待って。今終わるから。
What are you doing? Hugo was at his desk, working feverishly on something I couldn't quite see. I slowly stepped toward him. I wondered what he was doing until I saw it, an also familiar manage resting on his desk. Oh. Is that my music box? Clara had told me that she would get it fixed. I'd wondered what she was planning, but I'd never managed to ask for clarification. Time had gotten away from me. I certainly hadn't suspected that Hugo had it.
うん。クララから預かったんだ。最初は修理してほしいと頼まれたんだけれど。
You've done a little more than just that. Not only had the music box been restored to its former glory, but it was also now studded with tiny, brilliant gemstones decorated as it was. It brought a very particular image to mind. An image that borne witness to that very evening, in fact. Damn. He upgraded the music box, okay.
勝手に手を加えて悪いかとは思ったけれど、 これからもこのオルゴールを見るたびに今日のことを、
Damn, okay.
俺たちの夢が叶った夜のことを思い出してほしいと思ったんだ。
Why would you need my permission? The music box was your creation to begin with, wasn't it?
そうだけれど、でも君はフロランさんの形見だと思ってこれまで大切にしてきたわけだし。ああ、そうだ、もっと重要なことがあった。
Hmm? Hugo turned to face me and bowed deeply.
君の大切なオルゴールを壊してしまってすまなかった。深く傷つけてしまったと思う。本当にごめん。
For a moment, I was speechless. He continued to bow, and I simply gazed down at him. He didn't move an inch. I could tell just how deeply he regretted his actions. Hugo. I didn't know what to say, but I had to do something. Save. Last save. Last save of this route. Probably. Make him stop bowing. He doesn't have to, so, you know. Place my hands on Hugo's cheeks and force him to look up at me. I was stricken with grief when you broke the music box. Yes, I had no idea what you were thinking. There was still so much that you hadn't told me back then. Not because you didn't want to, though. I believe now that your angry outburst was a result of bottling up the truth for so long. Am I right? Hugo placed his hands on mine, practically clinging to them as he forced himself to speak.
あれ以上君の追求を受けないよう突き放そうとは思っていたけれど、
We're here the last save and last minutes of his
オルゴールを壊す必要はなかったと思う。
almost there.
だから冷静になって考えると、このオルゴールは俺が作ったものなのにって子供みたいな気持ちでいたのかもしれない。本当に子供だな。
Child, I wonder about that. Personally, I understand why you reacted the way you did. You put your heart and soul into making the music box for me. Yet I forgot all about it. Sorry to Hugo.
そうやって君は。
Hugo lifted my hand to his lips, giving it a gentle kiss. Then he finally looked up at me. His expression had gone back to
俺
normal.
を甘やかすんだね。またわがままを言ってしまいそうだよ。
If I ever think you're being selfish, I'll be sure to let you know.
そう。
Our conversation trailed off, and at Hugo's suggestion, we stepped outside. The stars above us twinkled away, so very reminiscent of our own starlights. I could tell that midnight was close at hand. Hugo held out to my music box, and I accepted it. Aww.
こうして君に謝ってオルゴールを手渡せてよかった。 自分で壊してしまった大切な思い出を悲しいままで終わらせたくなかったから。
It was sad, yes, and it brought me to tears more than once, but thanks to what happened, I have something to remind me of starlights whenever I want now. So my memories about this music box may be sad, but I don't think any of them were a waste.
あ、そうだね。
I'd gaze at the music box time and time again, reflecting on my past and searching my memories. From now on, my memories of the review will be among them. Whenever I look at this music box, I'll think about starlights, the time I spent in the review, and all of you. I'll never forget again, neither about the time we spent together 7 years ago, nor the time we're spending together now. The music box grounded my memories in a physical form. And it was all thanks to the most skillful engineer I'd ever known. His work had a magic of its own. The attractions he made brought smiles to all and sundry. And the memento he'd made for me would always bring a smile to my face as well. No matter what happens, I'll never forget the time I spent here. I felt the heat beginning to build in my eyes as tears pulled in their corners. Still though, when I gazed up at Hugo's smile, I couldn't help but smile right back at him. I cradled the music box to my chest, holding the memories that were just as precious to me as close as possible. Oh, it's time. The Persian night was awash with light. A myriad of stars shined away before me. Oh, how they glimmered. Their light surrounded me and engulfed me. It almost looks like it's snowing. That association brought a thought to my mind. Oh, that's right. My mind drifted back to 7 years ago. It returned to the day of the accident when I'd bound Hugo to the rivier. It had been snowing that day, hadn't it? I'd had no clue what was to come back then. I remember being entranced by the beauty of the snow, just like I was entranced by the beauty of the light now. And I hear the carolers outside. I'm still remembering about what happened that day. But it didn't dissuade me. No matter how many magic memories I uncovered with me, many tragic memories, I would still reach forward, seeking a future where he and I would reunite once again. I took one last look at those snow-like fragments of life, watching how they played across my fingertips, and slowly closed my eyes. Yep, here we go. Then I grabbed hold of the chains of light before me and sought to release the souls that their star-like brilliance held captive. Life begins and ends in the blink of an eye, and so you must seize it. You must never let it pass you by, you must give it meaning. All the people I'd met, all the dazzling brilliance they'd brought to my life. I reached out, gathered it into my hands, and held on tight. With it, I could gently guide them to the places they were meant to be. Never seen a wave of light like this before. And yet, it's strange. Each ray that's making it up looks different to me. Some will scald me if I touch them, while others are cold. Some shine away, while others fade into darkness. I can tell, I can see it all. And now I'll grant you all of your freedom. I'll make sure you can shine as you please, unbound and unfettered. May you return to the places you belong. Oh. The brightest night I'd experienced in Paris came to a close. I didn't know how long I'd been standing there, but before I knew it, dawn had broken. I looked around me to find both the manège and all the automatons still and quiet, asleep in the absence of their masters. There was no sign of anyone else around. Their souls had been freed, and they'd likely already returned to their rightful places. All the park's brightly colored attractions were gone as well. Sir J, who would always contribute a calm and logical viewpoint, while surreptitiously supporting Hugo at every turn, Kyrie, who livened the park up while like no one else in spite of my constant complaining. Leon, whose gentle nature soothed all of our nerves despite, or perhaps because of, how careless he would sometimes be. Lucio, whose point of view was constantly at odds with everyone else's, but who provided me with a totally fresh perspective as a result. Clara, who was always cheerful, reliable, and ready to lend me a helping hand when I needed it the most. None of the idiosyncratic bunch I'd come to know so well were anywhere to be seen. Now that it was all over, part of me regretted not speaking with them. It felt like everything had happened so abruptly that I didn't know how to sort out my own feelings. For a moment, it simply stood there. That's when I saw it. Something was falling from the sky above me. It fluttered through the air like a snowflake, but when I reached out to catch it, it emerged into a much clearer, more defined form. Oh! Yeah, her necklace. It was a necklace I thought I'd lost 7 years ago. The one that formed a matching set with my mother's. Happy as I was to see it for the first time in so long, I was also perplexed. Then it finally hit me. That necklace was the key. It was what had bound everyone's lives to the reverie all this time. I understand now. I didn't resent it for what it had enabled, nor did I think for a moment to throw it away. After all, the world the necklace and my power had combined to create was one in which everyone had lived together. It was a world in which I'd made more precious memories than I could count. And he's the one who made me feel that way. Thank you. I gently stroked the necklace, then turned around. Just like that, I dashed away at full speed. Where Hugo's sleeping. Yep, we gotta go to that hospital again. Felt like the light of my magic had departed. The sounds of the world around me had faded away as well. Whether it was when I stood before the Manège as I'd raced through the streets of Paris, or when I'd finally arrived at the hospital, every noise I could make out had felt dim and distant. It was quiet, and I felt a sense of solitude, as if something was absent from my life. Oh, okay, here we go. That sense of absence remained as I made my way to the same hospital room I'd visited once more. When I arrived, I found a member of flustered nurses rushing in and out of the room. I stopped one of them reflexively. Is something wrong? Did something happen to Hugo?
ああ、ご家族の方ですか？すみません。先ほど容体が急変しまして。
Oh.
今先生を呼んできますので、こちらでお待ちください。
The nurse vanished off down the hallway. In her absence, I hurried over to Hugo's bed. He was deadly pale, and if any red was passing through his chapped lips, it was so feeble that I couldn't hear it at all. Oh boy. The moment the thought entered my mind, I shook my head and drove it away. Took another longer look at Hugo, taking my time to make sure I understood his condition. Oh. I was certain that my attempt to free him from the reverie had succeeded. Everyone had vanished after all, leaving only the Manège behind. Not to mention the return of my necklace, which was strongest proof I could ask for.
じゃあ その時あんたの体は致命傷を負って。
そうなんだろうね。それこそ幽霊のような状態で、今の俺は仮の姿なんだろう。本当の俺は。
After regaining its freedom, Hugo's soul would have returned to its body, the very body before my eyes. And just as he predicted, the return of his soul marked the resumption of time for his body, which had lain in stasis for so very long. In other words, it began to proceed once more towards its death. That's what I had to stop, and not the same way I had last time. I had to keep him alive without binding him. It's alright, I made it in time. I can tell he's still here with me. I took Hugo's motionless hand in mine. His fingers were starting to grow cold, but his palm was still warm. I need to call him back from the brink of death. But how? What should I do? Just then I noticed something. A light glimmering in the edge of my vision. It's been 7 years. 7 long years, Hugo and the others were bound to the Riviera by my magic. No matter how incredible of a witch I was, that can't have been easy to accomplish. I'm sure this necklace is what allowed me to do it. There's something special about this necklace. It was like it sported my magic, like a mysterious power dwelled within it. 7 years ago, I had thrown all my power into a blind attempt to save Hugo. The necklace was what had contained that wild surge of magic for years on end. This time I won't be rash. This time I'll do it right. I thought about everything that had happened, about all the time I spent in the review. Okay.
君は無意識のうちに魔法の力を眠らせている。目を閉じて集中して。
I need to focus on the power that's sleeping within me. It's from that book, okay? Took in a breath, then slowly let it out again. Acted like I was cooking, imagining myself walking through the steps of the recipe in sequence. Closed my eyes and began to visualize the review, to visualize the lights strung up all around it. Then I sent my magic racing through the pathway of metal that connected each and every one of those lights to each other. They'll glimmer like stars in the night sky. And our guest smiles will shine even brighter. I proved that magic can bring people joy. I'll prove it to everyone, and most of all, to myself. Just like when I gave Starlight its light. Just like when I released the Review's bindings. I concentrated with all my might, bringing the form of Hugo's soul into focus, and poured all the magical power I had to offer into him. He was more important to me than anyone. I knew him better than anyone. And so the task was easy. Wasn't sure how much time had passed. For all I knew, it might have only taken 1 instant. Or just as easily it could have taken hours. The world overflowed with blinding brilliant light, and when I finally came through and took a breath, I felt like I might collapse on the spot. I took everything I had to say conscious and stepped forward once again, drawing close to Hugo's side. Ever so slightly, Hugo began to stir. I noticed the faintest of movements from his lips. His chest rose and fell. He was breathing. He's alive! And most importantly of all, shimmering star-like particles of light seemed to be flowing into him. It was no great mystery where they had come from. It was as if the star on my necklace had been plunged into darkness. Its beautiful radiance had vanished without a trace, rendering it dull and lifeless. It's not just a necklace either. I can tell it's the same for me. Through all my training, all my efforts to awaken my power, I come to sense the magic that slumbered within me. That magic was gone now. No matter how hard I tried to sense it was nowhere to be found. Oh, she used it. Yeah, she used it all up just to save him. Oh, we're in bed scene. No, we're at the hospital where Hugo is. Well, where his body was. For 7 years in a
こちらで
coma.
す。急いで。
As the nurse and doctor rushed into the room, I took my leave. I had no idea what was said after I left, but I wasn't worried in the least. Hugo's alright now. He's still with us. He's alive.
Yeah. 魔法は悪いものじゃないよ。実際今の君の魔法は俺を笑顔にしてくれた。君がそんなに不安になるのなら俺が証明してみせるよ。魔法は悪いものじゃない。
He really did prove it to me in the end. Magic really is a force for good. It had made everyone smile and it had called him back to the world of the living. And even if I could never use my magic again, I would never stop being thankful for the blessings and memories it had granted me. The next day, I visited the hospital once more and heard that what had happened from one of the nurses. She told me that the day before Hugo's condition had suddenly and precipitously deteriorated. However, thanks to the immediate measures we took to save his life, as she'd put it, his condition had now stabilized. In fact, he was clearly in better condition than he'd been to begin with. The color had returned to his face, and at the rate he was recovering, it seemed entirely possible that he would regain consciousness. The nurse called it a miracle. Couldn't stop myself from letting out the chuckle. Yes, she's right. It really is just like a miracle. I approached the bed and took Hugo's hand, which still held its warmth, in mine once more. I spoke his name softly as if I were saying a prayer. I had let go of something precious to me, but in return I had called him back to me. The glow of starlights no longer shined around me, and no longer could I grasp the light of magic. But none of that matters. Oh. He's awake! He's alive! Not if it means I can meet with you again.
おはよ エマ。
He's awake. Yippee! Oh, wait, how do I? No, I don't want to end the game now. I have no idea how to skip this. Up. Yay! How the fuck do you skip this? I have no idea how to skip this thing. Nope, epilogue. Here we go. One morning in Paris, 3 months later. Ooh. In the morning, I smelled the aroma of freshly baked baguettes and heard the sounds of city folk rushing off to their jobs. When afternoon arrived, elegant carriages would pass by on the street and well-dressed ladies would peer into the store's windows. And we're done. Yeah, epilogue. Come nightfall, the gas lanterns would spring to life, and the clinking of tableware and laughter of families would echo out from the backs of stores. It wasn't all peace and joy, of course. A troop of soldiers would stomp their way past on occasion, and the newspapers brought word of troubles both near and abroad. Even amid all that strife, however, children still frolicked in the streets. And cheerful music still rang across the cityscape. Come what may, the city of Paris never lost its lively spirit. I walked through the streets a little slower than usual. You can slow down a little more, you know?
いや、こ
Sheesh!
のくらいがちょうどいいんだ。歩く練習になるからね。
Tried my best to be considerate of Hugo, who strolled slowly beside me, but it seemed I didn't need to be concerned after all. Should I let go of your hand then?
それは勘弁してほしいな。俺のやる気がそがれてしまう。
Damn. Okay. He's pouted.
当たり前だろ。隣に君がいないとね。
Three months had passed since Hugo had awakened. Even after he'd woken up, he'd spent quite some time bedridden. Building up his endurance after 7 years of perpetual slumber, it seemed, would be a lengthy process. He was in coma state for 7 years, so yeah, I think his body is, you know, in need of rehab. Still, his extended confinement in the hospital did nothing to dampen my joy. I was simply happy to know that the real Hugo was there for me.
そういえば、今日は一人なんだね。
Yes, that's right. Arnold is busy with work today. He's been busy a lot lately, actually. Apparently, it's been one extra edition of the new Flip the paper after
パ
another.
リの新聞社でも引っ張りだこだね。
Arnold, Madame Alice, and I moved back to Vincent's family home in Paris. The head of the family, Daniel, was a busy man and hadn't met with Hugo so far. Still living in his house was a blessing for me. I hope they don't meet. I hope they don't. Being in Paris gave me ample opportunity to visit Hugo while he was in the hospital. And now that he'd been discharged, I could once again walk by his side. Even Arnold wasn't busy with work. He made a habit of accompanying me. Oh, cool. The girl has a chaperone. Got it. That wasn't to say he was a busybody, though. He made sure to give Hugo and I plenty of time to ourselves. In fact, I got the sense he was more worried about Hugo's condition than anything.
それじゃあ今日は二人きりということで恋人らしくパリの街を歩こうか。どこへ行きたい？
Stroll? You remembered you've only just left the hospital, don't you?
だからこそだよ。ずっと君とこうやって並んで歩きたかったんだからね。自由にどこへでも。
Yes, fair enough. Hugo had been trapped in the Riviera since we were reunited. As a result, we hadn't had any chances to simply walk around like this up until now. The thought that we could finally stroll through the city streets as a pair of lovers made my heart leap with joy. Alright then, how about we drop by a store to pick up some macarons on the way home?
もちろんどこへでも。
Oh, but we're making a side trip already. We might as well drop by a cafe as well.
もちろんご一緒するよ。
You know, I have a feeling you really would follow me anywhere today.
そりゃあね。でも今に限ったことじゃないよ。君とならどこへでも行きたい。今の君が街を歩くとどんな顔をするのか、何を好んでどこへ行こうとするのか。俺が知らなきゃいけないことはたくさんあるから。
I could say the same about you. I have no idea what you're interested in. Amusement park attractions aside.
それはまあ実のところ主な興味はそればかりかな。ああ、今はもう一つあった。
These days? Okay. Really? What? Hugo paused for a moment, then answered in an incredibly earnest tone.
君。
Okay. My heart skipped a beat. I looked up into his eyes and he returned the gesture. His gaze as gentle as could be.
俺が今一番興味あるものは君だ。
Okay. I stumbled over my words for a moment, but managed to compose myself enough to reply coherently. I feel the same way about you.
それはよかった。俺ばかりが君のことを思っているのは悲しいからね。
How could they be? My feelings for you were strong enough to call you back to me when you were in critical condition. Can you imagine how I felt? I doubt you'd understand even if I tried to explain it. I ended up sounding a little sulky. Hugo's eyes narrowed and he frowned ever so slightly. He adjusted his grip just enough to raise my hand and give it a kiss.
ごめん。そうだろうね。俺をつなぎ止め、助けてくれてありがとう。深い泥沼のような闇の底へ落ちていく俺を、光が導いてくれたのを覚えているよ。エマだってすぐに分かった。
You did?
その時、俺がどれだけ安堵したか、永遠に忘れないよ。俺を救ってくれた、あの輝きを。
Much as his straightforward gaze pleased me, it also made me feel so bashful that I couldn't quite figure out what to say next. Hugo, of course, seemed to see right through me. chuckled and quickly changed the subject.
ともあれ、君との時間に酔いしれるばかりじゃなく、今後のことも考えないとね。
Hugo had moved back into the apartment he lived in when he'd worked at my father's amusement park. The military, it seemed, had handled paperwork and was paying his rent for the time being. Huh.
問題は仕事かな。
Are you going back to being an engineer? The military had covered the expenses incurred throughout Hugo's 7-year hospitalization as well. They won't be footing his bills forever, though.
少しの間はね。でも、準備ができたらパリを出るよ。
Oh. What? Also, Starlight stopped on my tracks. Hugo turned to look at me.
ようやく退院できたんだ。勉強のために世界各地の遊園地を訪れたい。パリは賑やかで進んだ街だけれど、ロンドンでは製鋼業が随分発達したと聞いたよ。
Oh.
きっと遊具にも活かせる。
You travel the world?
レイブで移動遊園地を繰り返すうちに、旅をしていないと落ち着かないようになってしまったのかもしれない。
Hugo chuckled once more, but I, for one, wasn't laughing at all. So you're really going on a journey, but once you've left Paris, we won't be able to see each other anymore. The thought of being separated from him threw a pall over my mood, but then Hugo laid a hand upon my cheek.
俺が旅に出るんじゃない。一緒に旅に出るんだよ、エマ。
You mean me too?
なんでそんなに不思議そうな顔をするのかな。もちろん君も一緒に決まってる。俺が君のことを手放すと思ったかい？
Hugo smiled mischievously as he prodded my cheek with a finger. Seeing him right before me, his smile so soft and gentle somehow drove in the fact that he was truly well and alive all over again. Well, I have no intention of parting with you either.
なら離れないで。ずっと俺のそばにいて。そして毎朝、君の目覚めを祝福させてほしい。言っただろ？祈りと願いを込めて、毎朝君にキスしたい。君が俺を目覚めさせてくれた時と同じ。
But I didn't kiss you back then.
そうだね。だからこれから。
Hugo took hold of my hand and once more and leaned toward me.
し損ねた分の目覚めのキスをしないとね。ようやく俺自身の体で君に触れられるんだから。もっとたくさん近くにいて、もっと君の深いところまで触れないと。知らないところがないように。
Okay, sir. That's very well.
ん？
That's a very embarrassing way of phrasing it.
一応人前だからね。
Yeah. And to think how normally you acted back in the hospital. You didn't even try to touch me.
それは病院だから。もしかして期待していた？
I definitely didn't say that.
ベイブと病院では我慢していたから。でも、もう必要ないよね。
It was so warm, in fact, that it felt like it might melt my heart away. But Hugo I knew at the RVA was the same person I knew. Or that. Living ring Hugo.
ありがとう、エマ。俺は君の魔法を初めて見たとき、この素晴らしい魔法を見れば、
I remember that very first time as well. It was when I magically moved my stuffed animal for him. Those things were making the menage in my music box.
そこから思いついたのがスターライツだったけれど、同時に少しだけ思ったんだ。この秘密の魔法の存在を知っているのが 君は俺を信用して俺にだけ見せてくれたんだからね。それでたくさんの人を笑顔にするのも俺のためだけにそう。君は全ての魔法の力を俺は君の魔法を奪う形になったけれど、同時に俺だけの魔女になってくれた。
He has such a way with words. I love that about him. Okay. I mean, he does, yeah.
だから今度は俺が魔法を使う。見たこともないような技術を覚えて、たくさんの人を笑顔にするよ。俺だけの魔法でね。そんなことも言っていたね。じゃあ君の言う通りに魔法使いになろう。君と一緒に。
Oh my god, we have an ad break. Ah! We're gonna have an ad break in 5 minutes. In some ways, those noisy streets were cold and impersonal, but at the same time, they were warm and nostalgic as could be. This were all begins for us once again. I knew that every morning from then on we'd share a kiss once more. The joyous life together was waiting for us. What the dog doing? He's telling me to go eat. Most likely. Oh. Okay.
GENSOU MANÈGE.
I think it was under special. Yeah, number 10. Overbearing people. You know what? Fair that he doesn't like soldiers. Hydrate stretch. Yeah. I am being called for dinner though. Like, should I just go on a BRB and go see the after story after I get back? Oh, there's a Merry Christmas. Okay, I'll do that in a bit. Wait. 走れそうよ風のように月見川をパドルパドル We can wait. Okay. Then I'll just BRB in a bit and then we'll do the after story when I get back. Yeah, just give me like 20 to 30 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, let's quickly do the after story now.
「だからあそこも数年経ったら敷地が切り分けられて夜間も営業できる遊園地に作り変えていく予定らしいんだよ。
Welcome back. Also the eating dinner. Oh. That's certainly
ああ、
something.
そうだ。スケッチを書くのを忘れていた。昨日乗った遊具を書いておかないと。
Okay, tidy up the various stacks of papers. Oh, you guys eating dinner at the moment, I see. Okay, let me just reply. Someone's messaging me. Oh, Simbang Gabi starts at 8 p.m. Ah, okay. Just came back from shopping with dinner. Oh. My dad just messaged me what the... He's just asking me what I want from SNR. I had to reply to him. Another was sketches of the attractions I wanted to make in the future. And another. Reached out only to find my hand falling upon hers.
Yeah? 見る?
I would. I'd love to see what you've been drawing. Felt delighted as I watched her peruse my sketches with such obvious interest.
君は本当に俺を喜ばせるのが上手だ。
A year had passed since Emma and I had set out on our journey. We planned on England for our first stop. Initially, as war began to break out across Europe, however, we chose a new direction and traveled to America instead. Oh. We'd heard that a form of amusement park altogether unlike those we had in Europe had been growing popular in America. In a sense, we changed. The change in plans had worked out for the best all around. One of them, a particularly famous seaside amusement park, featured a distinctive gateway, colorful attractions, and most impressively of all, a marvelous Ferris wheel. Featured 2 sets of gondolas on its slowly rotating inner and outer frames. Neither of us had ever seen the like of it, and she got so worked up that I hadn't been able to stifle my chuckle. It was a truly satisfying visit, and we enjoyed the food and attractions, both so unlike those we found in Europe, to their fullest. That brought us to the inn we had chosen to stay at, where we were taking a moment to relax before dinner.
頑強なフレームを作れるようになったからだろうが、あの形の観覧車は。今どうして笑ったんだい？
No, but I just remembered how excited you were yesterday. You were frolicking around like a little kid.
それはまあ観覧車発祥の地であんなに立派な観覧車が見られたんだから気分も高揚するよ。とにかくこうして念願のアメリカの遊園地を訪れることができたんだし、しばらく息抜きをしたらまたレイブ移動遊園地を再開させたいところだね。
As she nodded at me, her face lit up with a beaming smile. I found my sketching had slowed to a halt.
にしても俺の話に飽きたらそう言ってくれていいからね。専門的な話ばかりしている自覚はあるし、俺のスケッチを見ていてもつまらないだろう。どこか出かけるかい？
No, not at all. Listening to you talk about amusement parks is fun. And even if it wasn't, I love watching you enjoying yourself like this.
そう？ありがとう。
I was so overwhelmed with my affection for her that I leaned in for a kiss, only for her to dodge out of the way. Thankfully, it didn't seem to have been on purpose. She simply bent over to look through their bag. This reminds me, I completely forgot to send a reply to that letter. Suppose I'll write one while you work on your sketches.
あるのから届いたと言っていたね。どんな内容だったんだい？
You wrote about our family and his work mostly. Oh, and a little about the good old days, as it were. It was so nice to hear about everyone. Maybe it's because I'm in America, but it made me feel rather nostalgic.
なるほど。わかる気がする。
I think I'll write to him about American amusement parks. We just toured one, after all. I can write about the food here too, and she began to draft a letter as she searched her memories for everything she could possibly report on. Once again, my sketching come to a stop.
楽しそうに書いているな。
Despite the literal ocean that lay between us, Arnold still made the point of writing incessantly. The fact that she replied to every one of his letters probably had something to do with it, but I was still struck by the sheer girth of the envelope she sent.
どこまで書くんだい？今日のランチのことは？
Oh, that's right. I've never seen a hamburger that big before. I should mention it.
昨日出会った個性的な夫婦のことは？娘さんに君は随分懐かれていたね。昨日の夜、君としたキスのことは？
I knew she hadn't dodged it on purpose, but still, my failed attempt at the kiss from before had ever so slightly provoked me. It had put me in a rather selfish mood, and so I stood up, circled around the desk, and embraced her from behind.
いい年をして子供っぽい独占欲を持つなんて。
Self-awareness, however, did not equal self-control. Okay. Okay.
ダメだよ、逃げないで。君の方がいい。
The way she blushed and awkwardly chuckled was truly adorable. My jealousy, however, was not so easily dispelled.
俺よりもアルノーのことが好きな
Oh
の？
my god. I whispered the question into her ear. This time, she replied not with a laugh, but with an entirely earnest refusal. Well, at least she was honest, yeah. She was forward with it, so that's good. The way she responded so directly and honestly was adorable as well. Unfortunately for her, that just made me want to tease her all the more.
口でなら何とでも言えると思わないかい？
Well, yes, I do like to make a point of saying it as well, though.
だんだん俺の真似をして慣れてきている気がするな。そんなところも愛おしいけれど。
And yeah, that made me desire her more than ever.
それだけ、エマ。
I immediately shutting my eyes without protest. She moved away from me for just a moment, then planted a quick peck on my lips. It was just a sort of reserved, direct kiss I'd come to expect
終
from
わ
her.
り？
Should it not be?
ダメ。これじゃあ足りない。
She seemed baffled as she floundered. I leaned forward, eyes so closed. Okay. Okay. Okay then.
夕食の後ならよかった？返事がないな。もう慣れたかと思ったよ。している？今も？俺も君を抱くたびドキドキするよ。それはひどくないかい？本気なのに。それはその方が君の反応が可愛いからだよ。照れたり恥ずかしがったり。俺が言っても可愛くないからな。君に言わせたい。君が手紙を書き終わるまで？じゃあ手紙はまた今度に。それもまた今度でいいよ。
Okay.
そこまでは言っていないのに、君も俺の扱いに慣れてきたね。
Save these things for the
わかっ
evening.
たよ。寝る前に。じゃあ今夜は楽しみにしているからね。
Yeah, I don't think she understood what she just said.
そういうところが可愛いから意地悪したくなるんだ。
Okay.
可愛い可愛い俺の恋人。君の前ではわがままになってしまう。でもそれも言葉や行動で示しきれないくらい君を好きだから。
No matter how many kisses we shared and no matter how many days we spent together, that would never change. Yep. お。
わざわざ言わせようなんて、俺のことをどう言葉を尽くしても言い表せない。可愛くて。いつもありがとう。急にどうしたんだって？最近よく思うんだ。今生きて10歳の君も 17歳の君も俺に居場所をくれた。これからは一生をかけて君を。
Okay. Oh, okay. Last one. Let's hear from the VA.
ヒューゴ役畑野渉です。プレイしてくださってありがとうございます。今回ですね、このレーブ移動遊園地の園長さんということでね、やらせていただいたわけなんですけども、タイトルにもなっておりますマネージュという言葉、日本語では、回転木馬という意味らしいです。
Yeah, that's also what I know.
日本人にとってはメリーゴーランドとかそういう言葉でこうね親しみがあるかもしれませんけども、一つ勉強になったななんていうふうに思いますね。国が違うとこうね名称読み方がねやっぱね変わっていくということで、なんかマネージュって聞くとちょっとまたメルヘンなというかファンタジックなような綺麗なイメージで、感じられて、ゲームのねタイトルのところにもねこうマネージュが描かれているわけなんですけどもね、ちょっとやっぱこう歴史のあるものっていうのは憧れがありまして、なんかこう世界にはいろんなこうマネージュがあるのかなと思うとね、見てみたいななんていう気持ちもありますけども、移動遊園地ということ。
Oh my god. Zane? Hey, Zane. Thanks for the raid. Chaos Zero Nightmare. How was the game? So, Affel... Thank you for the follow. Hey, hi Zane. Have a good stream. Games were good, thank you. Hey. Yeah, I just finished the ending. Just finished the ending, but... yeah, game is really heartwarming and fluffy. I like it. We got another raid. Yeah, we did. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game, so I'm likely gonna continue getting another ending next week. Let's see. CG library. Yeah, we got all these. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Jason Free. Hi. Okay, let me check. What was the recommended route? Next, okay, so I think it's Query next. Query. Yeah, it's Query next. So do I have a? I don't think I have a CG with him in here. He's not. I think so. Oh, there you go. This guy. Guess we're going with them next week. I will unfortunately be raiding and running though. It is dinner time, I lurk. Okay. Yeah. As I mentioned, I did get the ending already, so I was actually planning on ending stream and raiding out to a friend who's playing FF14. Yeah, I could talk about like how that route went. Like, I really like it. Like, compared to Sergei's route, which is this guy, Sergei's route had a lot of action with it. Meanwhile, for this route, for Hugo, It's a lot of very heartwarming and kind of drama-ish scenes. Something that you could actually probably cry to. You're gonna do FF14 after this, so if you new streamer, just no, I'm just gonna chill with Kana. Just gonna be chilling with Kana after I raid out to her. No, so I have no idea what these other two. There's 2 other videos here on that CG list for normal. She's playing Glamour right now? Like, glamming? She glamming right now? Yep, she going around looking how the new gears look like. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. I really like that ending. Not gonna lie, some of the parts earlier for Hugo's route did almost make me cry. They were really sad. They kinda hit me in the guts. Oh yeah, next week we're going with this guy, Kreye. Well, we'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, they do have the horses on top actually have collars indicating their characters. That's cool. Yeah. Do I have anything? 23. Yeah, well, Zane did raid me, so at the same time, I feel bad for suddenly just ending when Zane just raided. I am gonna feel bad, so guess I'll join Kana with FF14 on stream. Because at the moment I don't wanna read more dialogues. My throat is getting tired from reading. So I guess I could like raid into Kana. Not raid it, I mean like I could just join her in the PC. Hey, wait a minute, let me pop in there, I see her.
This is gonna be diable. Haha.
What up?
Oh, hi. Hi, Shin.
What are you
John
doing?
just left for dinner.
What are you doing?
We were doing M9 to 12 practice runs and trying to get a drop of the orchestra.
How did that go?
Didn't drop. But you know, the practice.
Wait, do you have work at the moment? You're gonna have work
later. Yeah, later I have work.
So what are you doing now?
Going through the relics and seeing what I can get for glam purposes. Because I can't do. I was supposed to do Endwalker role quest.
Yeah.
But John dragged me into M9 to 12.
Up.
And I looked at my email. My sub ends on the 26th, and I am gone by 24, 25. I don't think my 26 is gonna last.
Yeah, I was gonna raid into you, but I got raided before I end. I'm like, do I even want to play FF14 right now? I just finished my relic weapon though.
I also did not check it.
I will feel bad though if I end right now.
Hats. Oh my gosh, hats. I want.
Hats? What hats?
I like this hat. I want the hat though. but I don't have enough tomes. Damn it. Kana, do your relic. Which one? Which one? I still haven't done. I still haven't done the OC Occult Crescent one. So should I say hi? Sandra says hi, by the way, Shin.
Hey. I'm still on stream on my end. I'm still debating what to do.
Aren't you still? What is GENSOU Manège?
It's an otome game.
Ah, an otome game.
It's on our Steam library.
Is this supposed to tempt me to play?
You
know, I gotta start playing more otome games, especially on February, because that's like, you know, Valentine month. I was thinking of doing Amnesia again. Yes.
Where's your tips jar?
My tips jar? Why? Well, why are you asking? Jin?
I haven't seen it.
Wait, really? Is it not there? Hold on. Yeah, my tip jar.
I'm looking.
Yeah, it's on my about page. My tip jar is right there.
Am I? Oh, there. It was in between. Yeah, it was between the emotes and the game list. I'm like, where is it?
Yeah, it's
it was
small.
blending
I'm
in.
sorry. I should probably make it bigger. I don't know. Cause it's just there. I have a tip jar. Yes. I do. Don't worry about it though. Oh, this map looks nice. I kind of like the other ones though. This one, leather. Leather hat. Huh? Okay, who did that? Hey Shin, was this you? Because no. God damn it. I was gonna save my resub for next year, but damn it. It's anonymous too, so I don't know who it is. Who is it? Chat, who is it? Which one of you did that? I'm assuming it's Shin. Thank you for the $13. I appreciate you. If it was Tatsuya, it would have said TK or Tatsu or something along those lines. I'm asking wrong. Ah, dang it! Thank you, Shin. I'm assuming this is you. Cause you're the one who
Merry
asked.
Christmas.
Thank
It's
you.
fine. I've been giving some friends like some small gifts as well.
What the frick? Okay, who
No, that's
dropped
not me
the
this time.
$5?
That's not me
I
this
knew
time.
that.
I swear.
God, you're dropping.
That's not me this time.
Donations all of a sudden. What? I should be doing that actually.
Yeah,
Like,
like with Aya, I gifted her a DLC of a date with Death.
Oh. This top kind of reminds me of what's that game again? I forgot. No wait,
Which
it's
one?
not Raido Kuzunoha. Never mind. It's more techy than Raido Kuzunoha.
Are you
This hairstyle.
are you
is
gonna
really
queue for something?
Not really. I'm just looking for things because I know I have work later tonight, and I'm trying to leave the house earlier because holiday shoppers are out, and it's getting more traffic, and I almost got late to work a couple times already.
Oh boy.
So I should be
Yeah.
I should be leaving the house earlier. Too bad everyone is using it right now, the hairstyle. Oh wait, this hairstyle? Yeah, this got... Okay, Sandra, not gonna lie, I made an offhanded comment because someone told me that there's new things in the Mog Station. I made one offhanded comment about this hairstyle and saying it looks cute. Suddenly I get mail.
I mean, the hairstyle are cheap though.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks really cute and I wanted. I wish that the headband was dyeable. Sadly, no.
Sadly, no. Because that's where
True.
because that hairstyle is paired with the Viridian set that has a tiara on it. It's the tiara that you see me wearing sometimes.
Oh, supposed to be for the tiara? Ah.
Yeah, it usually covers that headband.
I see. Streamer privilege.
Are you actually playing Ark tomorrow, by the way?
I'm still not sure if I can make it for Ark because family gathering apparently is in the afternoon. We're
Oh, it's
gonna
in the
visit
afternoon.
my uncle,
Okay,
and I don't know what time we'll be leaving the house. That's the thing.
that's fine.
I also don't know if I can wake up early enough. I've been
It's
waking
fine.
up around 3 p.m. for the past 3 days.
Ah, I only woke up earlier because my mom was out for groceries and I got woken up.
Don't worry, Dean, and your body will be safe. With the quotation marks, Spencer. What are you doing to us? What are you planning to do to us? Oh, this is 780.
Yeah. I'll just end my stream on the YouTube side.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I think John said that we're going for another cave hunting.
More dino hunting.
Yeah, I think more of the artifacts.
I'm sorry, I cannot get behind these weapon designs. The 780 gear. They're
That's the one from Savage, right?
Oh, it's the
Or from the
it's just
normal.
the normal one.
Okay, for the
think.
normal one, yeah.
If the Universal Tombstone 3.0 is the normal, yeah. It's very Tural coded, the designs. And sadly not my style.
Yeah, it isn't. I do like some of the parts of the gear though, like the boots.
The boots, the headphones I like, the hat.
I do like the hat as well, yeah. Like, I think I have something for that hat. Yeah, I'm gonna end my stream on the YouTube side and probably hang out just here on the Twitch side.
Like, I don't know what